I'm ready to go. Burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional deeds. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace. Bless.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Ride with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. In these days, we push forward, we stand strong, we stand against me, I'm ready to go. Burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Yeah, let's go, bless up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, bless up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional deeds. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace. Bless.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Bless up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Roll with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah. Cause we warriors. Yeah. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Bless up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. These days, we push forward. We stand strong. We stand tall. All together now. Yeah. Cause we warriors, yeah. Cause we warriors. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now, yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Roll with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. I got you. Yeah, we warriors. Cause we warriors. burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the babies lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, there's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional thieves. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace. Bless.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Run with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. In these days, we push forth. We stand strong. We stand tall. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If you're mad strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I'm blessed.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Run with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now. Yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
So, welcome back, everyone. This is me, Dr. Dang, and along with me today is going to be Captain Price as I welcome you all to ESPL Valorant PowerUp India, which is a tournament which is going to have a lot of Valorant action coming up. So, I'll take this opportunity to thank our partners as we have our tech partner who is Akamai Technologies, media partner TalkEsports, production partner SkyEsports, and the country partner PFG Esports. So how are you doing today, Captain? And what's on your mind?
Well, based on the matches that we have seen yesterday, I believe we are going to have much more intensity today because the teams that are going to be playing in front of us, that's going to be insane. Well, we are not going to reveal the teams as of now. We're going to move on to it a little bit later. But yes, one thing that I can expect yet again today is that intense level of competition from each of the players and the teams as a whole.
That is true. Competition, as well as all the teams giving it their all, that is definitely going to be something that we will obviously see. That is something that is not debatable because teams here, if they get knocked out, they'll have to wait for the qualifier two to get another shot. And if they get knocked out of that again, well, they have two more qualifiers. But then, as I stated yesterday, no team wants to take that extra time. No team wants to make sure that, qualifier one, that's just a warm up for us. Qualifier two, we'll figure things out. And three or four is maybe when we'll qualify.
Well, yes, and qualifiers remind me of one more thing, that the registrations for the tournament are still open. So if you do want to play this tournament with your roster, you can just turn into espl.gg, just type it down, Google it, you will get it there. Create your team, register, and you will be there. The registrations are closing on 12th of January. So even if you haven't stepped up and done it, just do it right now because this is including a huge prize pool. So kind of, why don't you enlighten the people of how much prize pool are we talking about?
Well, as you guys may have known or may not know, that this is one of the biggest prize pools that we have for the South Asian region. 7.5 lakhs is going to be the prize pool, and that is not a small amount. And not to mention, it's an open tournament. So anyone, you may be any rank, you may be of any caliber, you may have any experience in comp, you can always register yourself up. Whether you have a team with you or you do not, you can make a team out of randoms as well. So there's an option for everyone out there.
Well, definitely. And from what we are witnessing, since the few past months, that Valorant has taken up a lot of the Indian gaming community audience. And every day we see there are different people coming up in front of us. We are seeing dominating teams such as Team Mahi. We are seeing Global Esports. We are seeing Noble Esports. There are teams like XTZ as well, who come up every day, perform to the best of their abilities. But in the end, it just comes down to one team who dominate every tournament. So we're not going to move into the details of any such discussions. What I'd like to see today, as I said, there should be competition, there should be an intense meta, no matter what the map is. And talking about maps, we have 4 maps into play. Okay, let's just leave the map part behind now. as I was saying, we have the teams that are going to be playing in front of us today. Today's qualifier, qualifier number one, it's going to be Global Esports versus WS Esports. And I might just remind you, Global Esports, it's a very, very fierce team. And if they get the hang of it, they are going to completely dominate WS Esports if they are given a single chance. What do you think, Kanav?
That is true. I think that Global, they are definitely a team who is going to be one of the favorites to qualify into the group stages, one of the favorites to, in fact, even win the competition. There'll be a lot of players, a lot of fans for them in chat. But for WS, or better known as White Shadow Esports, this is going to be a big task. This is going to be something where they will definitely have to step up. They will have to show what they're worth, because even if they cannot win against Global today, if they do put up a tough competition, it's going to go a long way in getting them fans, not to mention boost their morale for the next qualifiers that they'll be looking to register for. And as we speak about that, the map veto is right in front of us. So Haven's going to be the first map selected by Global. No surprise over there. Ascent going to be chosen by WS, and if we go to a third map, it's going to be Bind. And honestly speaking, it's going to be a great one. Icebox and Split have been banned. So, yeah.
Well, talking about Haven, we all know that Haven is a very difficult map to play on the defender side, since it has three sites that you can actually capture and plant the spike. Well, it is an attacking map, but since the past few days, I have noticed that the teams, they have changed the way of thinking of the casters and the audience as well. That Haven being an just it's an attacking map. We all know that it's an attacking map, but still, somehow in the end, the defensive side, they just play off better, and they just come up in a big time score line. But yes, since Haven is the first game, we are going to expect a little bit of aggression coming up from Global Esports, since they are the one who have chosen the map, and they have been given the defender side. But yes, we know that these teams, they really like to take the bat in their hands and just strike it off. So I expect both the teams, they are going to be a little bit dominant in first, testing out what the other team is capable of, and then maybe play out on the strategies that they have already planned for.
That is true. I think one thing that will be really exciting to see is how White Shadow will start off on attack, because Haven, as you said, is going to be an attacker favored map. And
Mhm.
for Global starting on defense, it's going to be a big thing, because Global will now have to be the initiators. They'll have to be the team that picks up the pace at the start of the game, maintains it, and then if the split comes in and they have a big enough difference, they might just be able to take the win on Haven. And not to mention, it's going to be their map. So if they do lose their map, it's going to go a long way in playing with the morale that the team has. So it's going to be really important for them to have a good start on defense on Haven, especially. And for White Shadow, I'd just say that you have the advantage in the start of the game. I mean, do not throw it away. It's going to be a small advantage, because you will eventually have to finish the game off on defense, but you have an advantage nonetheless.
Well, we all know that Team Global, they have played multiple tournaments, so their game style, it has been displayed on various places. But they need to come up big time with some new strategies, because there may be teams, there may be White Shadow even, who have done a homework based on how they perform, which player they need to take down first in order to get that side captured, and which player plays in what manner. Maybe there's just some flanks coming around, checking everything out, and maybe putting up a fight that Global Esports actually can remember. But yes, like I said, I do not want to see a complete domination like yesterday. Yesterday, we saw both the qualifiers, it was a 2-0 victory every time. And today, if this is again happening, I'd say that one of the teams that play in every match, they have a power of striking fear into the hearts of the enemies, and that's how they win the second game as well. Because when you lose the first game, there's a certain mentality. Yeah, we might just get kicked off the tournament, we might just not be able to qualify. But yes, since ESPL is giving you another chance, you might just come back again, register, and play yet again, try to get qualified in the second chance. I believe this is the first tournament that is actually providing you this opportunity, that you can re-register and play it. Am I right, Kanav?
That is true. I think this is one of the first big Valorant tournaments where you do have the option of coming back in. And, just speaking about the games that we saw yesterday, yes, both of the games were a quick 2-0. I agree that Godlike and ESM game, that was a quick 2-0. Nothing much to say about that game. ESM, they were just not ready for the team that Godlike is. But if we talk about Aya versus Reckoning, it was a 2-0, but then it was a 13-11 and it was a 13-10. So I wouldn't really call it um, a, a clean sweep, But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, I would say that yes, IS came really close to getting that win. And I would just hope that the next time that they come into this competition, they're just that much more prepared. Because if they are, we saw that against a team like Reckoning, which has been playing for a long time together, by the way. Not to mention that they are a team that has played together, not just Valorant, but they've played Counter Strike as well. So they know how to play with each other. They know how to play against good teams. So that is the difference that I think Reckoning had yesterday. But coming back to the game, as we have the lineups as well as the agent selection coming up. So, whereby God, Gorbits, Pushy, Dino, and Jojo are going to be on the side of White Shadow Esports, while a pretty familiar lineup coming in from the side of Global Hell Ranger, Skills, Lightning Fast, Kirosi, and Kappa. What can we say about that team?
Well, the most impressive thing that I would really like to watch is Rossi with that operator. We know how powerful, he is with that operator and that jet, especially with the dash combined on that, jet. It is completely a blowback onto the enemy side. But yes, we can see Gorbits, who's going to play the jet on the defend attacker side. So there might be style chances, but this is a different meta that I'm seeing. The agent selection. Jojo is actually
Choose
going for
your
a breach,
agent.
and breach is something like it's actually playable in a much closed map such as Split, maybe even in Ascent. But playing it on Haven on such a big map, it's really shocking to me that there is actually a breach coming out from the team attackers.
I mean, for Breach, I'd say that I'm not really surprised for a Breach pick, honestly speaking, because we have
Mhm.
seen that over the course of how the meta has changed. I mean, we used to see a lot of Brim. If a
Oh
team did
yeah,
not
yeah.
pick Brim, we would say that that team's throwing. But then over time, we've basically not seen Brim at all. But over time, Breach has started coming in because I think that Breach allows a certain playstyle that not a lot of other operators allow. I mean, you can use a Raze or a Sova to get rid of someone standing in a corner, but can you do it as consistently as you can do it with a Breach? Because for a Raze or even with a Sova, you're going to have to line
Turret
that
out.
shock dart or you're going to have to line that paint shell up. I mean, yes, the showstoppers there, the Hunter Fury is there, but then those are your ultimates. They don't really count when it comes to consistently denying positions. But Breach, you can go directly through a wall and you do not have to think too much about it.
Well, that is very true. And there are, very specific agents whose ultimate abilities are actually offensive than defensive. And we all know that when it comes to offensive abilities, I believe the Jet, then we have the Raze, and there, we can also count a little bit of the Phoenix also, since it has a double life. It's called Run It Back, definitely. So you go once, you come back to your, it's called maybe the respawning point. You come back there and you can go back again into the fight. But talking about all the rest of the agents, Breach's ultimate is basically concussing and throwing up into the air. And it also has three flashes. I might just remind you, those three flashes are pretty annoying when it comes to, someone who's getting fed up of it. But yes, now we all know that the Breach is going to play in this map, which is Haven, and I'm really exciting to see what's it going to be, what package is going to come out from the defender side. But yes,
Oh,
immediately you see Rosie getting taken down by Pushy, and that will be a now opening coming out from the attackers. So the attackers, they have already said that no, we are not one team who are going to go down easy. Pushy trying to get another flank. You see that Recon Bolt will be very trickfully used up there, but coming out on the A long side as well. We see Gorbets, he's trying to breach that area, but there are already two players in A side, and Skills will be picking off one. So that's a trade coming up there, and slowly the rush comes onto the A side.
well, yes. So the first pick and the second pick is in fact going to go to Skills as well, as he will pick that kill up. Skirosity dropping. Skills going to take some damage from that shock dart from the Sova, but it looks like he will just be far enough to survive it. As right now, the three players of White Shadow, they will have to choose whether they want to push A or will they look to rotate, as Gorbits as well as the Sova is going in for a rotate. A B site might just be the play, but do they have enough utility and map control to make that work? As far as I can see, Lightning Fast does have a pre-play swarm grenade on the default plant. So as soon as that Sova goes in for that, yep, there you go. The swarm
30
grenade has
seconds
been
left.
used. A recon dart is being used. Pushy going in for that plant, but it's going to be faked as Hellranger is going to get that kill. Kappa is going to get another one. Dino will get that kill as well. He'll get another one. He's down to a 1v2. Will he look to teleport? 15 seconds on the board. He does get in for it, but with the ghost in hand and 20 HP, will
10
this be a
seconds
clutch
left.
for him? It's going to be the real question, and he knows the answer.
Well, it was a really impressive thing that the Omen did there using that paranoid ability, but there was no one who was actually blinded or short-sighted, however you like to call it, and Dino, it was not enough for him to pull this off. So 1-0 coming up in the favor of the defenders. And surprisingly, like I said, the teams actually decide what kind of a map it is, whether it's an attack-oriented or a defense-oriented map. And right now, I can see that defenders are leading by 1 point. So let's just hold it up for Team Global Esports. But yes, White Shadow, they have also shown us that they can go for the first pick. I think a little bit more coordination between this team, a little bit more information. It's all about that information. And you see there is an A rush coming through. That's a beautiful breach, aftershock coming through, trying to get down one player, gets one, trace another one. That's Global Esports going for a double kill there. No one has been taken down yet, but coming from behind, Way by God taking down two players. That will be a beautiful job done by the Cypher there. 3 versus 3, and we see Way by God has successfully planted the spike. 21 HP still remaining. All the players are scattering around, trying to hold out those corners very carefully. Coming up from behind, it's going to be Rosie. Pushy will be holding out that corner, but it's going to be enough or not? Yes, it is enough, but still, this is another player with 21 HP. Two of the attackers are left with only 21 HP. The Cypher's camera needs to be deployed. They immediately tags out one player. That does not tag out, but just spots him out. No, done there. Immediately dropped out. Kappa will be doing a great job there. 2 versus 2. Lightning Fast has to come down from heaven, trying to go for that, turret there. Takes down one by that headshot, and this will be another one going down. Pushy will be shut down along with Dino, and another round going in the hands of the defenders.
Well, that was certainly a big surprise coming in from White Shadow. I mean, I think it was Hellranger as well as the Phoenix who got caught off on a long, and what a push coming in from where I got. Very good push, but unfortunately just not enough. The gun skill on the side of Global Esports just a little bit too strong, as yes, it was Skills and Hellranger who got caught out over there. And I mean, White Shadow, as far as what I can see from their gameplay right now, it looks like they will be a team that we will definitely have to be on the tiptoes about, because they are not looking they're not looking like a team that's wanting to give up.
Well, I think, they successfully planted the spike. They had a beautiful opening and entry as well onto the A side, even though their 2 players were immediately taken down. So what I believe now, that yes, White Shadow, they can do it. They have the potential. They have that, skills indulged in them. But when it comes to the entire game sense, it has to be a total collection of all the 5 players. We can see an eco round coming out from White Shadow as well. We see Frenzies and Sheriffs getting bought. There's only one player, that's Dino with that shield. We know that Omen abilities are the only agent actually which can buy a shield if you have all your abilities bought as well. But yes, we see a complete buy coming out from Team Global Esports. It's not going to be a complete buy. We see 2 Phantoms, 1 Stinger, 1 Ghost, and there's going to be an Spectre definitely with Rosie. So let's see what this round has for us. Now, this is the most important round of the game. This is the 3rd round. Usually, all the teams actually go for a heavy buy when it comes to the 3rd round. But a little bit different here. White Shadow, they might have some different strategies. So what we are waiting for is now the round to start and what they can do on the eco round. What do you think, will the eco round actually be sufficient for Team White Shadow to outdo Team Global Esports and just take one more round in their back? Like, not one more, the first round in their back.
I honestly, I don't know, because as far as what we have seen right now, it just looks like some players from Global, they have just not showed up yet now. So, I mean, Skirosi, we usually see a lot of kills coming and starting off with this man. Looks like it's going to be Hellranger who will be starting it off on Dino, as 2 players are looking to push B. But again, Skirosi, he's not really, picked up the pace that he is known to do. So I think that over time, if these players do pick it up, Global will have a much easier time. But at the same time, you can't really call out anything, because there you go, Skirosi picks up 1, but then it just seems like a B push, as he's going to be pushing long. He'll get the spike carrier. That's going to be an important kill, as Hellranger will come in from the back with a kill onto Gorbits. And there you go, Kappa's going to finish things off as Jojo falls. So White Shadow, they're finally going to get their buy round, I believe. And they need to make sure that they work, they work together, and hopefully they get this round in the bag, because till now it seems that they've gotten awfully close, but at the same time, they're just a little too far away from getting that win.
Well, that's very true, and it's 3-0 coming up on Haven, which is often told as an attack-oriented map. Never judging anyone by the gameplay. We can see Kappa actually picking up a stinger now, and the all other players are gonna have Phantoms and Vandals in their hand. Now White Shadow with a full buy coming up in this round. Corbet's being very aggressive with the Sova there. There's gonna be 2 players in A long. They need to catch them off very, very quickly. The flash will be coming through there, taking down one Hell Ranger, doing a beautiful job, taking down another one. That's pretty gonna be a 3k, a quick 3k, maybe dink the other one as well. Hell Ranger gets taken out from behind. Way by God, every time this player is being dominating the A side, he's gonna be just allowed to walk up from sewers and take down 2 players immediately. You can see the spike has been retaken by the attackers. Now Lightning Fast just waiting up on A link. He needs to be careful because there's no one gonna be watching his back. Now B side, there's the turret watching his back. Actually, he has done a good job placing the turret high up there. We usually see the Killjoy playing on A side, Garage or C, but this is a little bit different. The Killjoy playing on B side, holding off not one but just 2 flanks, which is going to be enough, I believe, since the defenders still have 3 players left.
That is true. I think one of the great things about Haven as a map is the fact that even as attackers in a man loss situation where right now it's a 2v3, you have the option of playing around with the
Spike
scythe, and there you go. The spike is going to get initiated on C, which was completely left covered. And now as for defenders, they can obviously play a retake. So this is exactly why Haven tends to be a much more balanced map for a lot of teams, especially if you know what you're going to be doing. And as you see that, it's going to be skills with 2, but whereby God, honestly, he has shown up big for White Shadows right now, and it just seems that White Shadows need to have one more player show up. And whereby God on short, I don't know what the man does, but he just appears and picks 2 kills. And it has been skills and Hellranger every single time who have fallen to that.
Well, and I believe Team Global Esports, they also need to work on how they're going to watch their backs, because you saw there were 2 rounds specifically when this seam angle was not covered and there was someone just walking up behind. That was a decent job there, but we are now at a 4-0. This is yet to be, and there's yet to be one round that actually goes in the hands of White Shadow. We see that White Shadow, way by God, he's carrying the spike. He's doing the heavy lifting for his team. He has 5 frags compared to, Jojo and the, okay, there's actually this is new now. We usually see a 2 duelist play coming out from each of the teams, and there's White Shadow just playing with a jet, so there's only 1 duelist in this team. Now this is really surprising. Now Rosie coming up with a 2k, a quick 2k, if I might add. Pushy and Dino both have been taken out. Way by God needs to watch the back there. Rosie will be coming up in a duel, takes down another one, a 3k, a quick 3k coming up for her, and now we see Hell Ranger will be coming up. Rosie takes down another one. Last player standing. Is this gonna be an ace? Hell Ranger versus Rosie. No, Rosie gets taken down, and Lightning Fast with that shutdown on Gorbits. And we see it that the round has yet again been given to Global Esports, and Rosie, this round deserves to you, man. This round just goes and walks up to his feet, I believe.
Well, that is true. Rossi has suddenly showed up 6 and 3. I believe he was going 0 and 2, and then suddenly he's just shown up. And honestly, it's something special to see what it's something special when Skirossi turns up, because we have seen him on the op, and we will be seeing him on the op, as 5-0 is going to be the score. The Storm Blades come out, as this is going to be an eco round. The Recon Dart is going to tag 2 people, but it's Rossi, he's just holding on inside the Cypher cave. The Outrun gets taken out. Skills and Hellrange is going to pick up 1 kill each. I believe that's the Omen who's getting spotted. He'll miss a lot of shots.
But what?
The Frenzy takes out the Operator. What? The Frenzy is what, 400 credits? Yeah, 400 credits versus 5,000 credits. Who's going to win? Take a guess, chat. Oh, well, it's the shot.
My God. And it's really interesting to watch how the Sovas play out. I believe it's a good thing that the Sovas have so much information in their hands. They have the Recon Bolt, they have the Owl Drone to use, and they can get a lot of information when it comes to making plays against the team. But yes, we have Sovas from both the teams now, and I really wish to see how Pushy actually performs when they are on the defending side. But now we are at a 6-0 domination coming off from Global Esports, and if this continues, there's not going to be a lot of time that we see this match happening there. It might be a 13-0, but I just pray to God that White Shadow, you really need to turn up now. You really need to make the plays happen. What do you think? Will this be another round going in the hands of Global Esports, or just White Shadow are gonna make 1 point in their bag?
I mean, White Shadows, they do have I would say they do have the skill to do it. It's just that they're being outplayed by Global Esports. And I'm not surprised because not only is Haven one of the strongest maps that Global has, it's also one of the, Global is also one of the best teams that you could do. And what a quick plant coming in from White Shadows. Everyone's going to migrate to long. They're going to be using long as the only place to hold. Flank is being held. Blaze Wall comes up. Stormblade is popped by Skirossi. They're going to get spotted. And honestly, Skirossi with that op. He's going to be like, you know what? You have some skills, you may have some plans, but they are going to go all out of the board as the Rolling Thunder is going to be coming in. Still a 4v4 and looks like Global is finally going to have to give up a round. Dino has come in from the back. Hellrange is going to get one pushy and way back out, but no, it's still going to be the defuse that comes in. Oh,
like you see how many abilities, how many utilities were used up there. We saw the ultimate from the Sova getting used up in the front, coming up from the defenders. We saw the Breach using the ultimate from the attacker side. Then we also saw the Omen using the ultimate from the attacker side as well. And that was a really, I believe it's a lack of coordination that's actually coming into play for White Shadow now, because you saw that there was everyone stacked up in long. There was not one player actually peeking up on top of that box there, where Rossi was just waiting up there, sniping out the players in long side, and that is a really, really disappointing thing to watch there. But Rosie now coming up in A long side, trying to defend that area very, very carefully. The Cypher is yet gonna play on the flanks there, lurking around a little bit. But yes, the Killjoy is still waiting there. Rosie trying to cover his flanks now. He needs to be careful because there might be players just lurking around in the corner, but goes back in cover. And we see now this time the attackers are being a little bit more careful and a little bit more passive.
Well, it seems that White Shadow will have to think about something new. As Gorbits, he'll be making his way into the Dark Shadow. As Kappa will completely miss him out, but Hellranger, he is still ready for that peak. And as one player makes his way into Garage, Kappa might just get taken out. And yes, he will. But Hellranger again playing for that trade. And that is why Global is the team that they are. They're always ready for each other's backs. And Hellranger, he clearly did that right there. 2 kills for that man. And as the run it back is going to get popped, he'll get taken out instantly. But it looks like he will still look to survive a little bit longer. As the spike plant is going to go down, but Dino is going to get 2. Skills is going to get 1. As it's all down to Dino now. He will spot the Omen. He has a Phantom. He has a full shield. He has a smoke as well. He will get that teleport in as both the players are looking to teleport right in front of him. And Dino... oh, such a good play, messed up at the last moment, and I have no words.
8-0. What are we seeing? Like, it's really surprising to watch, but yes, Global Esports, they are showing what they are capable of, and they are doing a pretty decent job as well. It's not a decent job, it's an extraordinary job, coming up with an 8-0 in the first game, and I believe this is gonna count up there as well. And Dino with that beautiful teleport, he immediately was shut down by 2 players just waiting up in that garage area. But now 8-0. We see 13 frags coming up for Hellranger. We have skills with 8. We have Rossi with 7 frags as well. Kappa will be having 6 and Lightning Fast will be having 3. Coming up on the attacker side, we have Way by God only with 8 frags, and all the players are just trying, but there's one shot getting missed out there. He needs to be careful now. One shot, another one getting taken down as well. So I believe Dino is going to be very disappointed now. A second coming up there, and that was a headshot too. Again, no one's watching that flank ever on A. Like, this is completely, not expected from Global Esports. Now, there's always one player coming out from the flanks and taking down the player who's engaging. Lightning Fast coming down with 2 players again. And there's going to be Gorbits who's going to get shut down. And we have Global Esports with a 9-0 domination in Haven.
Well, Rossi missed 1 shot, but then he made up for that with 2. And I'm actually pretty surprised that no one was holding that flank, because now it's been 3 times that a player has been holding either short or long, and a flank comes in from long or short and gets rid of that player. If there was even one guy in heaven either peeking long or just holding that small passageway to short, Skirossi would have taken down the Sova as well, and possibly even gotten rid of every single person just playing in that small cubby corner. But unfortunately, there was no one watching his back. But at this point, does it really matter? They still got that round, and 9-0 is going to be the score. As Way by God, he's very, very close to possibly losing his life, because the second he peeks it, he might just get that kill. But Jojo coming in from the back, he will get that skill, gets that trade. The paranoia comes out, the flash will be coming in as well, but the neural theft has been used as there's Gorbits coming in from the back, and skills will fall from C long as a recon dart is going to be used to make sure that the push does not come in from CT, as a Dark Shadow will be dropped for better measure as well. Gorbits, no! What a play, Kappa. You've got to make sure that you're checking your lines of sights, and finally a round for White Shadow. A long time. It's been a long time since they've been asking for that. They've finally gotten it.
Well, I think Gorbit should be given credit, a lot of credit of this round as well as Dino, holding up that flanks on Garage, and that was a beautiful job done there. Finally, just, White Shadow get a round in the bag, and that's 9-1 coming up after 10 rounds with Global Esports in the lead. What we are waiting now is to watch how this team actually plays out, because now we have seen that Global Esports, they have taken a blow. Now White Shadow, they have the upper hand. They have actually understood how this team is functioning, but that's really catastrophic coming out from Gorbits there. He managed to peek off on a certain angle which he cannot fire from, and as you see, Scrossy, no mistake done there, but the breach will be flashing up yet again. The breach needs to be taken down, but that is a beautiful trade coming up here. Kappa with taking down Pushy as well. There's going to be 2 players remaining from the attacker side. That's going to be Jojo and his companion Omen. That's going to be Dino. So Dino and Jojo, these 2 players, they need to play out a really smart game here. We see the spike has been dropped in front of the B window there. It needs to be picked up. I mean, someone was carrying the spike. They was just shot down, and the spike was just dropped there. But yes, Jojo, he has the spike. He is slowly trying to get into one of the sides. There's a Sova still guarding on the B side. He's lurking around in C-Link. That's a good thing to do. The Phoenix is holding off on the short of A. It's the Seawars actually. And we see Jojo and Dino both are trying to just enter C side, where already the Killjoy is being very calm and patient and holding it all alone.
Well, that is true. There is a swarm grenade as well as a turret. So it's going to be a difficult push onto C with 30 seconds on the board. It does not seem like they will have the manpower to do that, because they'll have to deal with the grenade as well as a turret, and not to mention Lightning Fast, who is not going to be someone that you want to take a head-on gunfight with. But as the smoke comes in, the turret goes off, the swarm grenade comes in, Jojo will get taken out. It's going to be the next push, but no, the swarm grenade is going to be in the hands of Lightning Fast, and finally he will connect just about enough to get that kill. Almost a potato coming in from Lightning Fast, something we don't usually see. But again, the Vandal is not going to be an easy gun. And in a situation like that, where you have your enemy in front of you and you pull out utility, I wouldn't blame him.
Well, we shouldn't blame anyone. He was trying his level best there, but still somehow the Killjoy survived and took him down. All thanks to that reload of Dino. Otherwise, Dino would have taken him down. But now, moving on to the 12th round, Kanav, I'd leave it completely to you, since it's the most intense round right now. If team attackers can just get one more round in the bag. Let's see. Over to you, Kanav.
Well, yes, if this is going to be a 10-2, this will definitely be a great round, as Hellranger, he'll be dropping a boatload of utility, but Bulldog comes in. Judge is going to be in the hands of Gorbits, and every single piece of utility. They really want this round. A 5v3 lockdown established. Every plant is going to go down. Whereby God will get that initiated. Rolling Thunder comes in as well. Kirossi does get 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. He gets 4. Oh, 4 players were detained. There is still going to be one more. Jojo is going to be on the right side of Long. He will get that, but he's at 11 HP and he will fall. And what a round coming in from Global Esports. The round completely turned on its head on the basis of that one lockdown, and all the effort that Gorbits and his team made just went down the drain. A single click of the button.
Well, it's like, I think this is the second time Rose actually pulled off a 4K. Did not get that ace before. He was completely shut down over there. But yes, I'd like to add one more thing, that the defender Killjoy by lightning fast. So what brain plays coming into that? And I don't know why White Shadow actually committed to that plan. They should have walked off immediately, off the side there. But they committed to the plan. They stayed there. 4 players got detained, and that was it. It was a textbook measure by Team Global Esports to actually take them down using that lockdown, and that was the perfect round to actually use it when they got detained. They just detained 4 players on site. So now we see it's a 11-1 domination coming up from Team Global Esports, and they are being very, very aggressive. Now we see the Jet coming up there. Skirossi will be coming up, and from behind there's going to be lightning fast with cover as well, taking down one way by God. Caught out in that reload, will be shut down immediately. Now the Killjoy is coming up there. CT needs to be cleared out immediately. Another quick tap to the head. That's a beautiful shot there. Another one. Skirossi is on a roll right now. One more player remaining. Jojo, where is he going to be? Jojo has a frenzy in hand right now. Has that fault line. Will be using it there. Has the fault line. Has 2 flashes. Can take down 2 players. Takes down 1. Takes down 2. That's a beautiful job done here. And picks up the ghost immediately. There are 2 more players remaining. One is in C-Link. One is waiting up on B side there. And from behind, Kappa was waiting. As we saw, 12-1. This is Global Esports on a roll right now. Skirossi needs to be shut down immediately. Otherwise, I believe this is going to be it. This is going to be another round going in the hands of Global Esports, and we might just see a 13-1 win coming up for Global Esports. Like, what are we seeing today? Complete domination.
Well, match point it is, and a forced buy coming in from the side of White Shadows. That really tells you what they are feeling right now. And Global, they've just had a cakewalk. They've not had to deal with anything except that one round. And even the one that we just saw before the split, the lockdown, I'd say that even if 4 players did not get detained, it wouldn't have mattered, because Skirossi was anyways on the backstab. And as we have seen a lot of times, this time it's going to be Skirossi who will be eating some bullets with that Stinger. Gorbet's missing a lot of his bullets, and as you know, that Stinger can run through its mag, giving in a blast, as Global is down to 2 players in a 2v5. Jojo and Gorbets, they're just going to be playing the super aggressive. The Omen as well as Kappa. It is going to be, I believe, a Dink coming in, and Dino's going to finish that off before Skills comes in with the Phantom, but his position has been called. He is very low on HP, but a headshot is going to be what will finish him off. And honestly speaking, a good round coming in from the side of White Shadows. It was a round that they needed it was a round that they had to win, and they did that.
Well, they did not, go unharmed there, because we see a 12-2 point still remaining in the leaderboard there. But yes, one thing I really noticed, that there's someone in the chat saying switching to your sidearm is faster than reloading. This is a really, popular line used by one of the most popular games previously. I'll not name the game definitely, but now we see Global Esports, they need to be waiting up there, and Gorbits being very aggressive there. The Omen flash, the Paranoia coming up and immediately shutting down one player, short sighting them, and one player gets taken down from the attacker side. Global Esports, they are being a little bit troubling now. What we see, there's going to be 2 players now. Gorbits is waiting up there, tries to take down one. I don't know why he was doing that. There was no need to actually spray the Vandal, especially on ADS, but he does it and he gets taken down. But there's one player still lurking around post side there. He gets taken down. Skirossi will not be missing. I think this guy, he has no intention of missing ever, but she, being a little bit more accurate, being a little bit more precise, takes down Skirossi immediately. There's going to be 2 attackers still surviving. One of them is going to be on the backside, and one of them is going to be still on the default. So what we see now, Way by God, he's still surviving. Now this guy has been dominating this team over and over again, and there's one more player just standing. It's going to be Skills there, but Way by God, every time this guy is there present, holding the hands of his own team, holding everyone's hand, and getting rounds over and over again. 3 points finally in the hands of Team White Shadow.
Well, it seems that for Team White Shadow, it's going to take a little longer. It's going to take some time for them to really get into the groove, but it seems that they've already started to do that, and slowly and steadily they have picked up some rounds. But then it begs the question that, can they do it for the next 9 rounds in a row against a team like Global Esports? Because Global needs 1 round, and it's, if they can string 11-1 on a split, on defense on Haven, I think that one round's not really going to be the problem that they'll be looking for. But nonetheless, White Shadow, they finally picked up some rounds. They are making it look like a fight as at least something. But there you go. The concussion comes in. Lightning Fast will get caught. He will be tagged to very, very low HP. The Shock Dart comes in. Swarm Grenade comes in. Gorbits will have to fall back. And there you go. The run and back is going to be used as well. All the utility is being dumped on a no concussion. Oh, Aftershock's going to get one. Skills will get one. Whereby God gets killed. Hellraiser gets one onto Whereby God. He will heal up, but he'll get taken out. Pushy and Jojo getting that kill. And Lightning Fast with 2 HP on the backstab with the Spectre is going to be the person who will have 2 HP. And a Dream, he will get 1, but will he be able to do anything other than this is going to be the real question. Heaven is clear. He can take that control. Recon Dart comes in, going to stop that push from him. Oh, he's still going to connect 2 HP. He needs one person. It's going to be both the players on 1 bullet each. It's just a matter of question who's going to smash that left click
30
first.
seconds left.
And they have finally managed to secure 4. It's a long run, to be very, very honest, for Team White Shadow. And slowly, I believe the entire scenario standing out in front of us is that White Shadow, they have done the homework. They have done the study that they needed to do. It took a little bit, more rounds than I was really expecting. But yes, now what we see, it's a beast attack coming up from the attackers there. Skerosi will be having a shotgun. That's going to be a bucket in hand. And we see Jojo immediately using, oh my god, his ultimate is really annoying there. Takes down one player, goes up for that free flash, but he immediately misses. Hellranger will be waiting there. Jojo will be shut down. Hellranger will be shut down. Gorbits will be shut down. 3 versus 3, and Skerosi is being very naughty with that Bucky there. I don't know why she's doing this. She really wants to, it's he, but I'm just referring she because of the character that he's being there. Misses the shot, and oh my god, he is not gonna miss. He take down another player. And the Omen actually pops off his ultimate, but where is he gone? That's going to be a little bit interesting. He is on A side already. We see the Cypher. That's going to be way by god. He's already rotating onto the side there. Kappa manages to secure that position. We see that smoke's getting deployed by our dear Omen. Now, Omen, he did a very, very good job holding off that angle. But now there's 2 players there. They are going to walk into this blinded smoke there. Now, we know it's going to be a little bit difficult for Skills to hold this area. But if it is, and yes, it is, it's going to be difficult. Pushy will be touching him down as well. Kappa is the solo player remaining. And the Hunter's Fury ability getting popped up there. No one tagged there. And we see there's already 1 player rushing up from behind. Now, Dino, he does not let him get away with it. Dino shuts him down. It's gonna be another round in the hands of Team White Shadow. Are we gonna see a comeback? Like, I am really expecting now that we might be able to see a comeback, and this will be the biggest comeback that I have witnessed in my entire Valorant casting career. What do you think, Kanav?
I mean, if this comeback really happens from an 11-1, I don't know about you, but I would lose some hope or lose some, respect for Global. But I mean, 11-1, you need 1 round, Global. Just finish it off. Why do you want to play around with it? Play around with your prey until it bites you back. I mean, this is something that we saw with Orange Rock as well. They tried to do this against Noble back in the day when the team of XTZ was known as Noble. But, the lockdown is going to get destroyed with Hunter's Fury. Oh, what a play coming in from White Shadows. This is actually smart. A player is going to get dinked, that is Kirosi, but Dino will fall. 10 HP on the man. That is going to be something that they will have to deal with, but they've gotten the opening pick this time. Will they finish it off is going to be the real question. And they need to do it right now.
Well, we see there are 3 players actually rushing in on site A, and the plant might just be getting able to pull off there. The defenders, they are falling short this time. There's 1 player with low HP, as you said. The Lightning Fast, he's going to be waiting up in sewers. He needs to be careful. Skerosi, he's going to be waiting for that perfect flank and that backstab. He can really backstab the defenders there. Skerosi being very annoying, but his position was already revealed there since he was waiting there for a long time. Pushy will be shutting him down. It's a 4 versus 4 now. We see core bits with that operator taking down skills. A very, very valuable asset coming up for Team Global Esports. Way by God will be shut down. There's only one player remaining. It's going to be Lightning Fast. They need to block him. They need to stop him. The defuse is going to be coming through. But yes, it's going to be pushy yet again to get another round in the hands of Team Defenders and White Shadow. Am I seeing this? Is this really happening? White Shadow, if you are going to watch the stream later on, just, leave it somewhere in the comments that yes, you were actually studying the game of Team Global Esports, and you have done a pretty good job coming up onto the defender side and pulling off straight 5 rounds without any losses. That's a decent job. Hats off to you guys. But yes, it's still a long way to go. If I talk about White Shadow, this is 6 points still to be caught up on, and if they can, it's gonna be one comeback in the history of Valorant in India.
I mean, Global, why? You are easily one of the best teams in the country. Why are you playing around like this? I get it. It's 12-6. Forget about it. Just wipe the slate clean and get this win and finish it. Why do you want to, take it so far away? Why do you want to make sure that there is even a small chance for White Shadow to come back from, even if like they do not finish it off right now? Why do you need to make sure that they're even getting close to it? 12-1, 12-2, 12-6. Just finish it. So the spike has been planted. 5v5, all control on A for Global Esports. White Shadows, they're going to have to make these plays. The recon dart comes in. Cypher's going to be in heaven, but yeah, Fault Line comes in for under heaven as Way by God will get one. Skirosi gets the trade onto his teammate, and that is going to be Skills getting another one. Skirosi getting another one. Jojo's going to get rid of Skirosi. It's all down to Dino as he will finally get taken out, as Global maybe have heard. Finally, they've heard what I was trying to say. And there you go. It finally finishes. They finally finished the round and the game. 12-6 Global. What a game. Very good start to the first half. Second half, a little shaky for them. But then again, they finished it off. So there's nothing that, we can really say anything about.
That is very true. And at the end of the first game, I'd say that this has been quite a match. We all were not expecting like this kind of an outcome, this wide leap of, I don't know how to actually tell it to you guys, but yes, Global Esports, they did a damn interesting job when they were in defense, but when they came in the attacker side, I believe the defenders did a far better job getting 6 rounds in the bag. But yes, there is a complete domination coming out from Team Global Esports, not in the second half, but in the first half was in their favor. Well, yes, I can see in the chat there's going to be Lord Bathura present. Yeah, so this is a legend. Like, this guy is a legend. Yeah, thank you so much for joining this stream, Lord Bathura. And whoever is there watching the English stream, all really thanks to you. There's also the Hindi stream going on 6 different channels, so you can just watch it there in either of the languages you want. But yes, let's move on. This game, it's been one game that we can all remember, coming up from 11-1 to 12-6 and then to 13-6. This was a good job. And Kanav, I think you have some kind of a telepathic communication with Team Global Esports. You said it once, they got that round.
Well, I mean, I had to say it a second time just to emphasize it, that please just finish it off, Global. We know that you're going to be, we knew after the 11-1 that it was basically impossible to get that comeback. I mean, by basically impossible, I mean, I was not counting out the comeback, but at the same time, being practical, we knew that it was not going to be, it was not going to be an easy thing for White Shadow. They did put up a great fight. I mean, coming down from 11-1 all the way to 13-6, it's not easy, especially against a team like Global. But it was those small mistakes, especially like this one on Dino. If he had just held his ground, he might have been able to take 2 in a spray down. He might have been able to reposition himself in a better position. It's just that not just bad decisions, but I would say bad timing in a lot of the plays that they made. And it just turned out that they were not able to make it work out in the end. And a lot of the times that we saw White Shadows make a push, it
Yikes.
was pretty one-sided. We did not see a push onto C and then
One
rotate to an
enemy
A or
remaining.
B. We
10
did not
seconds
see a
left.
B execute at all. The one time they had a half B execute, it got completely shut down. But since then, I think that
One enemy remaining.
White Shadows, they have a little bit of things that they need to work on. Apart from that, they do have a very, very good team.
Well, I think White Shadow, they have got a chance to study global esports, who are a pretty dominating team if we talk about Indian Valorant. And in the next game, which is going to be Ascent, I believe that's one map we have seen every team playing for the most of the time, because that is the one map, you get matched up every time if you're not getting maps in, any other maps. But yes, let's just wait it out. Till then, what I can see is Ascent is going to be on the attacker's side. Esports. And if this performance continues from both the teams, I believe this game might be a little bit more neck and neck than the Haven one, because Haven, I believe, Team Global Esports, they have done a decent job holding off on their own.
Enemy remaining.
But I think there were pretty few mistakes done by Global as well. Not watching the flanks every time. Way by God was being allowed to get into the site there, catching off players off guard, and that was a really, really not interesting thing to watch. But yes, that's just gameplay. That's the skills of Way by God. He can ditch everyone and enter side and take down players from the behind. But now we are going to move into the next game in a short span of time. So, kind of what we saw in this game, it was that Team White Shadow, they have a chance, they have the potential to actually walk in and just maybe take down Global Esports. But yes, Global Esports, based on all that experience, they have won this match in a 13-6 victory. And we see Scrossia and Hellranger will be sitting on top of that leaderboards there with 20 and 17 frags respectively. Gorbis will be coming up with 13 frags, 15 coming up for Skills. Jojo will be having 14, Way by God having 15, Lightning Fast will be having 15, Dino will be having 10, Pushi 11, and Kappa will be having 9. So we see, in spite of everything, it starts with Global Esports and ends with Global Esports as well if we talk about the leaderboards. But yes, everyone played their part, but the coordination was in the hands of Global Esports and they did a good job with it. So, kind of, what are you expecting from the next game, which is going to be Ascent?
Well, so Haven was Global's pick, so I'm not surprised that it was this one-sided. But at the same time, Ascent's going to be the pick of White Shadow. So I don't know how it's going to go, because though White Shadow has picked Ascent, it's going to be a map that Global is also very good on. I mean, the only time that I've seen Global struggle on Ascent has been when they went up against Velocity Gaming, now known as Team Mahi. So I don't know how it's going to play out. I I hope that it's going to be a much more closer game compared to what we just saw in Haven. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that it works. I don't know.
Well, we really want to see, actually, it's not I think many of the audience and even a little bit of you, I believe, Kanav, that we want to see a game which is actually won by White Shadow, because White Shadow, they are a team, they are that have the potential, they have shown it in 6 rounds, so they might be able to show it in Ascent as well. If they want, they are going to win that match, and we can also maybe see a third game today. But it all comes down to one question: will they be gonna be, are they going to be able to win that second game? Because it is the do or die situation for Team White Shadow. But Global Esports, since they have that confidence already racked up in them, they have also seen, like, it's not one side, it's either study when it comes to the team versus team. It's both sided. Global Esports, they have also studied how this team functions. They know that if Cypher is taken down, they know if another player is watching the flanks, there's going to be no one who can possibly enter site. But if we talk about Team White Shadow, they have also understood how it's going to play out. But yes, both the team doing their homeworks now and also joining the lobbies, trying and preparing for the next game. We are going to be waiting for next 5 to 6 minutes, and based on what we have seen in this game, I would say that there's still a little bit chance remaining for White Shadow to actually win the second game. Only if they do not make mistakes like getting 4 players stuck in that Killjoy ultimate. Like, that was really very embarrassing to watch. 4 players stuck in the Killjoy ultimate, that too in a tournament. Like, seriously, guys, what are you doing?
I mean, I think that it was, especially that situation, I think that it was a smart move by Global. They did not put the lockdown down um, because they wanted to get players detained. I feel that it was more off because there was a push coming in from A
Mhm.
long and A short, which was Kirasi coming in from T spawn. So I think it was more to shove everyone into either A short or A long and then have a retake planned that way due to the lockdown. But then I think that what really happened was that White Shadow really mistimed their plant, and by the time they were able to vacate themselves to long or to A shot, they got caught in the lockdown, and which is why there were four. So, irrespective of the four players getting caught in the lockdown, we might have seen one or two if the situation went as Global would have planned. But I mean, they got four in a lockdown, so they're not going to think twice about it. It was a good play by Global Esports. It was just that White Shadow just had very bad timing, and which is why we saw Skirossi just go right click, right click, right click, right click, and then not spot Jojo at all.
Well, that's very true, and I think White Shadow, they also need to work on their communication, because what I see is that single players, they have the skills, but communication is everything, coordination is everything. And even though the Killjoy Ultimate was popped up there, like the lockdown, it was stacked up there, right? And what I saw in my screen is that after planting the lockdown for around 2.5 seconds, then the plant was initiated. Was it just coordination or miscommunication that it actually happened in this way? They planted the spike, there was no one actually trying to get off site, they all got stuck at that same area in short. And it was like you said, it's right click, right click, right click, and there was a route in front of you. And these mistakes needs to be really, got in the hands and grasped on, and maybe not done yet again. But yes, the next game is going to be Ascent. We have a mid in this map, which needs to be watched very, very carefully. I believe there's going to be the Jet from the attacker side holding up top mid, and there's going to be the Jet from the defender side holding off market, crossing both the angles on top mid as well as on the B side. But yes, if there's a Killjoy, I'm expecting B side defense, because Killjoy and B side, they are like a match made in heaven. What do you think?
That is true. I agree because from what we have seen in the games of previous ascents, it has always been that the team that takes mid control is usually going to be the team that is going to go away with that round. But the same thing cannot be said for Split, because yesterday we saw that Split as a map was really favoring Reckoning till Arya was trying to push into mid. But the second Arya decided that, you know what, mid's not really working out for us. They are holding too strong of crossfires. There's too much utility from mid stairs, from ropes. They were like, you know what, leave it. We don't want to deal with it. We're just going to push B directly, or we're going to push A directly and then take mid control. So that kind of thing works out on a map like Split, because it's a much smaller map. Mid's much smaller. You don't really have to worry about too many angles. But at the same time, on Ascent, that's not going to be the thing, because if you control mid, you control rotates, and if you control rotates, you basically control site. And if you're controlling the site early on in the round, and you're able to cut off rotations for defenders or for attackers, you've basically won yourself the round and hopefully the game as well.
Well, yes, and talking about mid control, Ascent is a very is a map which has great value when it comes to mid control. Now we know that there are specifically 4 points from where you can actually pick off players. There's gonna be the mid, definitely, like the door structure that's in front of the market area. There's going to be a place which is known as cubby, like right beside the tree area on A side. There's going to be top mid, and there's going to be mid link as well. So these are the 4 places the players are going to actually peak from and try to get that initial frag. Now we know that when you're in the attacking side, there's usually there's something telling in your mind, let's peek, let's just check the corners. And that is a really drastic thing that you have in your mind, that every player has it, like let's just peek, let's just check. And there's someone waiting there with a vandal, one tapping you in the head. But yes, this is a game which Team White Shadow cannot afford to lose. If they lose this round, they are gonna get out of the qualifiers. And as we know, Team Global Esports, they're gonna move forward. So this is a do or die situation coming up for Team White Shadow and Global Esports. They are gonna just play the game. They know what needs to be done. They have the experience. They just need to put it out on the plate and work it out. That'll be all, I think, if we're talking about Global Esports. But yes, talking about Ascent, Man. This is gonna be one
I
match I really don't want to miss because this map, yeah. This map has a
That is
lot of
true.
memories, and this map also has a lot of places you can actually play out from. Now, it's all about making the plays. Like I was watching Cracky, cast yesterday, and what he said, I really go in accordance with his words that it's all about that insane plays you make. We have seen Sova darts, like insane level Sova darts coming out from both the sides, from be it A, be it on B side. But now we can see very fast picks coming out from both of the teams there. We see this time Skills will not be playing the Omen. Instead, a Phoenix is going to pop up. And as I have witnessed in my own Valorant and Valorant casting career, Phoenix is a really annoying agent just because it has that run it back ability. But I believe this time they're not going to make any mistake. This time White Shadow is going to play with a three duelist combination. Okay, this is going to be
Ooh.
interesting to watch because a three duelist combination is usually not preferred on Ascent. It's more like preferred on Split. But yes, now
Bind.
we have the entire teams on our screens. We have Sova, we have Jet, we have Phoenix, we have Omen, and Raze coming up from the attacker side. That's going to be White Shadow. Defenders, Skills, Lightning Fast, Scrossi. We have Kappa and Hellranger. They're going to play Phoenix, Cypher, Jet, Omen, and our dear, Omen. Sorry, it's called Sova, definitely. And we see Sova's
Well,
coming up from both the sides. Not surprising there. There's going to be
yep.
lineups performed. But yes, having that Cypher on the defender side when you are defending in the first half, I believe that can be one thing that they have done good, Team Global Esports, because Cypher can hold off a site on his own. So what do you think? We have also played a lot of Valorant. We have seen insane plays coming out from the Cyphers on our defenders on attacker side as well. But if you have a Sentinel, is it
Hmm.
actually more beneficial when it comes to the a defender side?
Um, okay, so it really depends on how that sentinel is going to be played. For example, if you speak about Killjoy being a sentinel, she is much more, as you can say, flexible with how you want to um, play on attack versus defense. Versus if you think about a Sage, she's basically going to be really, really strong on defense, but then not so much for attack. And as we speak about that, Skills as the Phoenix, he's definitely showing that oh, there you go. Both the Phoenixes are going to be using their hot hands
Last
in a matter
player
of
standing.
seconds to get that healing ability. And as the player is going to get spotted by Skirossi, he will take him out. So the first round again going to Global Esports, almost a flawless round. But then, so yeah, coming back to the point, if Cypher is going to be in play, I think that it's going to help them out a lot on defense, and I'd say about 30 to 40% on attack, because if you get the spike down, Cypher is going to be really strong. And not to mention that apart from Hellranger and Skirossi's smokes, I mean, yes, Hellranger smokes are more of the traditional ones. You can place them wherever you want. Skirossi, not so much. Lightning fast, Cypher cages, they are going to be important as well, because if you have actually run out of all utility and you make a push, Spectre is not going to work out, but Kappa will still get that kill. Flash comes in. It's going to be a Sheriff. Jet's going to get tagged quite a bit as she pushes in. She
Oh,
will down Skills to 8 HP.
defense oriented map, still having that Cypher on their end, it's going to be a really easy thing to hold out one side. But yes, all the other players, we can see that they are not going for a buy. Actually, it's White Shadow again in the third round going for an eco push. We see it's not Spectre, sorry, it's Sheriffs and Frenzies into play, along with some light shield coming up from or I forgot his name, the Jet on the attacker side. But Rossi being very, very aggressive. Now tries to pick off one player. The Raze will going to be waiting up there, but no thing coming out there. Takes down one player immediately. Fushi will be taken down, but Jojo gets taken down as well. So there's going to be 3 players remaining on the attacker side. 2 of them are lurking around in catwalk. Immediately, slowly and slowly,
What a
gets killed.
shot.
One tap to. Are you serious right now? Lightning Fast just gets one tap to the head by that
Enemy
Sheriff.
remaining.
Now there's going to be the spike on the spawn. There's 1 player remaining who is also moving around in the spawn area. That's another 1 tap coming out from Orbits. Great job with that 1 tap. Now he has a gun, but
there you
Hellranger
go.
also says, hey, I can also do it. I can also untap you, and shuts her down. This is going to be 3-0 coming out from Team Global Esports yet again.
And honestly, Kappa is really showing us what a good Sova can do. Like Raze there, she would have survived if there was not Kappa on the Sova. If there was any other agent other than the Sova over there, she would have survived and possibly helped her team clutch that round, win that round, or whatever. But the lineups that Kappa has on The Sova, it really shows you what a good Sova can do. The first shock dart to prevent that push coming into arches, and the second one, the second he knew where the push, where the attacker is going to be hiding. Very good play. But this time it's going to be 3 players who get recon darted, and this time it will be Skirossi who will also get recon darted, but that will not be a push that will come in. A paint shell is going to be coming out, but the shock dart is not going to land. Unfortunately, curveball comes in. It looks like Skirossi's position is not known. He will miss all of his storm blades. Hellranger is going to get one kill on the Jojo, and there you go. Hellranger comes in from the back. He'll pick one up as well. He'll get another one. That's going to be a 3k. This spike is going to get initiated by Gorvitz, in fact, as he and Dino will now have to hold off this 3-man push. They will pick up the Phantom, drop their other guns. The Oni Phantom as well as a Vandal is going to be in the hands of these 2 players. And as smoke cover is going to break, it's Skirossi awfully close. Will he get this kill? No, he will dodge the bullets. In fact, as the player is going to use the tailwind, he will make his way out. But Hellrange is on a 4k, does not want to give this up. The player is going to be under heaven. Dino is going to get that kill. The spike needs to be diffused instantly, and an ace coming in from Hellranger.
What?
Finally, the ace that we have been not seeing for such a long time. It's finally going to be happening.
I was expecting this, but I did not say it just because, last time 2 times I said that Skirossi might just pull off the ace. He was there with a 4k, but now this time Hellranger, he's playing the Omen. He's not even playing a duelist, he's playing the controller, and he has pulled off successfully an ace. And I believe this is a decent thing to start there. And yes, there's going to be yet another round in the hands of Global Esports. Now, this is where the competition actually lies here. Global Esports, with all their experience, all about how the players are going to come in, where the players are going to be holding up there. And Skirossi, that aggression actually did not come into play there. And there's going to be another taken down. Now, this is being very, very ridiculous coming out from the attackers there. Lucia is going to push in there, gets another one. Gorbitz with a 2k, a quick 2k. Hellranger and Lightning Fast is caught off guard yet again. Kappa will be the last player standing. And a flawless round coming up from White Shadow. Like, guys, you are really stepping into the game now and stepping up as well. Flawless round after 4 straight losses. I'd say you have a striking chance. I'd say you have a chance of comeback, and you are just playing in the attacker side on a defense-oriented map. So yes, you have a chance. You have that skills and capabilities to push it through. But yes, 1 round is not going to cut it. You need to pull off at least 4 to 6 rounds, maybe even get a lead on the defenders right now. That way, I believe Team White Shadow can just move into the 3rd game and have a chance to get into the qualifiers. What do you think?
That is true. I think that one thing that I just realized is that the 3rd map that we are going to go to is Bind. And if this does go to a 3rd map, that is really concerning for Team White Shadows, because if you're not familiar, Bind is basically the only map where Team Mahi has been defeated by Global Esports. And if they can defeat Team Mahi over there, I don't know what White Shadow is going to offer. But that is still going to be a far fetch away, because White Shadows, they still need to win this map to make sure that they can go there. And as one player is going to get spotted, Kappa will still get that flick. Oh boy. And that is going to be the end of White Shadow. So 1 round on the board for them, but it's still a far-fetched idea to get them this map so that they can go to Bind. And right now, it seems that Global, they're not looking to get the foot off their accelerator just yet.
Well, Lightning Fast with a Bucky, a little bit cheeky performance coming out for him. Not in the top fraggers list, but yeah, he's doing a decent job holding off one side all on his own there. The entire B side is being capitalized by the Cypher, and I believe that gives players the space of spreading around. There's gonna be a triple flash, but the trade comes through very quickly there. Kushin needs to push in through now. Skills will be doing a little bit of damage there, but yes, we can see the Omen will be shut down. Hellranger gets shut down, and slowly I can see that A side is gonna getting in control of Team White Shadow. Well, 4 players still standing from the attackers. 3 of them have lost their HP. 1 more player gets taken down. There's only 2 players standing right now. The Hunter's Fury ability gets popped off. Tags off 1 player. Takes down Jojo as well. 2 versus 2 now. Omen with 75 HP, and the Suba is a little low as well. With what we are seeing now, Dino needs to be careful. He has been tagged up immediately, but now the Hunter's Fury ability getting popped up immediately as well. Tags off 1 player. 60 HP remaining on the Omen. 50 HP remaining yet now. Dino has the capabilities, jumps down, and what is Lightning Fast doing? Did he just try to, catch one player in hell and maybe just, switch on to Garage trying to catch up the second player? But yes, he tried, he did not. Another round going in the hands of team none other than White Shadow.
Well, it was a good. I mean, the last 3 rounds we have seen 2 go to Team White Shadows, and it just says that slowly but steadily they are coming back into the phase. They are coming back into the game that they need to be, as full buy rounds are going to be rolling around for both teams. Lightning Fast dropping that Bucky to pick up that Phantom, a much more orthodox weapon for that man, as Kirossi will just use that Vandal. He'll get 2, but he'll get shut down. There is going to be Jojo picking up another kill as well. Kappa will get rid of him. So now it's down to Pushy as well as Dino. And both these players, they can make this work. But the Recon Dart is going to be pinging Dino consistently, as I believe that was either a Cypher Cam bolt, or that could have just been a Firebolt coming in from the Owl drone. But Kappa, he's holding on to this position. He knows that the players are either going to come here or make their way to A. And since they've already come back from A, it does not seem certain whether they'll be pushing this side or they'll be going in for the other side as well.
Well, that is very true, but Pushy still has that running back ability, and what we can see is that Hellranger also has his ultimate ready, which is gonna be the teleportation. And if they try to breach either of the sides, he can actually teleport on side, maybe take down one player as well. But immediately you see that Recon Dart will be thrown off in mid, trying to catch off 1 or 2 players, just maybe trying to get that information, because information is the key to getting the round right now. Dino and Pushy, both the players are gonna stack up in B main, slowly creeping towards the B side there, and you see Pushy will be trying to clear off that side. You see one taps have been given down there, but the shock bolt will be dropped out and he gets taken down. I mean, his body gets taken now. That's his ultimate ability. What are you calling about? What are you saying about? But Hellranger coming up from behind. Kappa catching off one more player, and there's only one standing. Kappa catching off both the players, pulling off a 3K and getting the round yet again in Global Esports hand. 6-2. This is a round yet again for Global Esports. 4 more rounds left in the first half of the game. If Team White Shadow can pull off 3 rounds, I believe they still have a chance on the defender side, just coming into it and winning the match, because we know that Ascent is a little bit defense oriented, and not having a sentinel, that might not play out. But yes, they need to get rounds now. They cannot throw off more than 2 rounds, because if they do, the lead on Team Global Esports is going to be significant enough so that they can pull it off in the attacker side.
I mean, yes, it is going to be an all-out A push again. The Jet has already dashed in, but Hellranger is going to get that kill. Skirossi, will he check that flank? Looks like no. Showstopper comes out. Where by God is going to get that kill. Hellranger is going to get 3 before Jojo is going to pick up Kappa. Hellranger's position, I believe, has been called out, but the classic comes out. Where by God going to get that, and Skills will come in and finish things off once more. So White Shadows, they're going in for that all-out rush. It works sometimes it doesn't. But an eco round is going to be on the board, except for Dino, who has some credits to spend. But again, he will not be able to get a full shield if he does go in for that Vandal. While on the other hand, a Judge being picked up by Skirossi. Just Jet main things. We know what's going to be happening. Pretty sure he's going to dash into mid or dash into B arch and try to pick someone off.
Well, Skirossi, you can see, will be using that shotgun, and I believe it's a pretty decent play if you're holding off a corner, because one tap to the chest, and that's going to be a complete wipe for you in this round as well. But slowly we see Gorbits this time popping off his ultimate immediately. The Blaze Storm is going to come up, trying to catch off 1 or 2 players, but Hellranger is going to be a little bit cheeky now, going into Vines. There's still 1 player lurking around in A lobby, and I still have a feeling that this is going to be a mid-rush, because there's already 2 players walking in on mid side. I can see on the map there the Jet and the Omen, and these 2 players are going to slowly try to capture mid, and if you have that mid control, you have the round. But Hellranger will be catching up 2 players. This is a quick flick coming out from him. Jojo will be 1 tap to the head. Gorbis takes down Skirossi. So Skirossi was an important asset now, but Dino gets shut down as well, trying to look for that recon bolt, but yes, nothing done there. Slowly coming out there. Gorbis trying to right click the way out of it. I believe he had dinked him, because otherwise it wouldn't have been just 1 tap of that classic there. Slowly, way by God going off with that plant, but there's going to be 2 players, and Skills was waiting up there, takes down 1, but Kappa will be trading off Skills as well, and another round going in the hands of Global Esports. 8-2. 2 more rounds to go. I'm having my predictions. I'd say 1 round in favor of Team Global Esports and 1 round in favor of White Shadow. Your predictions, please.
I mean, I just want to take in this shot. Wow. The more I look at it, it just, oh boy. I'm pretty sure that if I was in the position of Hellranger, I wouldn't even have seen the person, let alone have enough patience to be like, you know what, I will take the time to aim, fix my crosshair placement, then get that shot. Hellranger is just like, you know what? No, I know the players over there. Like, boom, that's it, one tapped. But again, coming back to the question that you were asking me, I think it might just be 2 rounds for White Shadows. Why? Because we saw the last time that this happened, White Shadows really needed rounds. They did whatever they could and they strung rounds together. But it looks like Skills, he will pick one up, get respawned back to his original position, and look to make sure that he can hold on to top mid again. But again, the Raze is going to get pinged. I believe that is the recon dot coming in from the Cypher camp. And the Hunter's Fury is going to be coming in, and Raze will now be in big trouble. But Skills with lightning fast Skills again. Skills with the 3K. It's all down to the Sova, whereby God gets taken out. The Dragon Op. Oh, the Elder Flame Operator is going to have some fun.
Well, I think this time Skirossi will be having a little bit fun because Operator and Skirossi, good match. Let's see if he's able to catch off one player at least. But 9-2 domination coming up yet again. We saw in the last game as well, the lead was so much that White Shadow, in spite of having that chance of coming back into the fight, I believe they were not there. Global Esports now 9 points in their hand, 7 points lead coming up for them. But Skirossi gliding up in the air, trying to catch one shot, one player off the scope there. But no, denied there. Skirossi will be tagged up by that Sova recon bolt. And is this going to be an ultimate use? I don't think it's going to be an ultimate use coming up for the Sova there. The Hunter's Fury ability will not be popped up, but immediately Skirossi needs to gets back into cover using that cloud burst and that tailwind as well. But there's going to be 2 players already down, 3 players down from the attacker side. Dino will be shutting down Skirossi as well. So I believe this is now 4 defenders left alive. But way by God, this guy has some crispy aim there. Wherever he sees a player, he shuts him down. Lightning Fast will be taken down. Way by God with another one. Are you kidding me? Like, this player is not even playing a duelist. He's playing he was playing a sentinel in the last round, and this game he's playing a initiator. And playing by both these things, I believe they're doing a decent job there. But yes, now slowly creeping up there. Will be taking out the Sova as well. Last man standing. You see Skills versus Dino. Dino does it. They have 1 round again. 9-3. It's 6 point in the hands of team attackers now. But yes, Global Esports, what are you going to do with the lead? Because I believe they do not have a sentinel. It's not, I believe we know that they don't have a sentinel. And if it plays off like this, I think Team Global Esports, they are gonna outdo and outshine White Shadow yet again, just because of the fact they do not have a sentinel. What do you think, Kanav?
I mean, Jojo's pick for Raze, I would, I really question it right now. Though he's sitting at the bottom, I don't have anything against Duelist sitting at the bottom, but we haven't really seen him do anything that Raze does, because you may be sitting at 2 kills. I mean, if Jojo was even sitting at 0, but he had used his Raze utility properly, I would not question it. And right now, he will really have to show it, because pistol rounds and eco rounds is really where Raze is strong. And if he can do something about it, looks like he's gonna get one. Shotgun to the face. As that is going to be Golbets picking one up, but Skills is going to get the other kill. Golbets will get dinked by Skirossi, but will certainly survive long enough for him to get that kill. The spike is going to get initiated, and it looks like it's going to be Golbets getting another one. Golbets getting a 4K for himself, and that is going to be Diffuse coming in. And White Shadow looks like they have come prepared for Ascent. But it's just going to be the first round, and there you go. The NS was dropped in chat by the players of GP. Mutual respect, that's always good in a competitive game, because you never know that the team that you beat today is going to be the team that takes you down tomorrow.
enemy
That is very
remaining.
true. And White Shadow, I believe Gorbitz is doing a pretty decent job, and also way by what's this guy? Way by God. I just keep forgetting the names, like the creativity of the names that these players come up with. It's really amazing to watch. But yes, now we see Gorbitz doing a pretty decent job on this round, and the lead has been closed down a little bit. 5 points lead still in the hands of Team Global Esports. 9-4 the score line, 6 there. Gorbitz, you now see there's maybe one player taken down. Gorbitz taken down one. They have gone with a heavy buy. He's going to be cornered there, but lightning fast. He takes down two players back to back, and Skills has been gifted a Vandal. And if he has a Vandal, we know the crisp aim is going to be coming out into play. 3 defenders versus 4 attackers. One of them is 50% HP, and you see they're dancing on the heaven there. 2 players. Lightning fast, shutting down 2, but there's going to be only 1 defender remaining. It's just going to be Way by God, and if Way by God can do it, this can be a really interesting thing to watch, because all the 3 remaining players, they are pretty good if they're, talking about the aim or the game sense. But yes, Hellranger, this guy's insane. You saw him walking up that tree, but just because he broke the window, he couldn't even get that information if someone just walked up behind him. And there was it. Hellranger with another round gifted to Game Global Esports. The lead again moving on to 6 points, 10-4. Global Esports in the lead.
Well, exactly. So, Global Esports, they do have the lead. There is going to be looks like there is not going to be a full buy. In fact, coming in from the side of White Shadows, they're going in for that eco again. But at this point, they really need those rounds, and I don't think that it was the best idea to do that. They could have gone in for a forced buy, taken a small gamble, but it looks like mid is going to get taken. Stormblade is going to get missed by Gorbit. Skill's going to get that kill. Skirosity dashed in. He has the charge in his hands. That is not going to be something that you would want to deal with. Hellranger Lightning Fast going to pick one up each. The Raze is just going to get one tapped with that judge. It's all down to the Phoenix. He will have to make his way in from the tree area, but the molly has been dropped. The updraft is going to get there, but Hellranger will come in and finish it. Pick up that judge, I believe. No, he's going to put that Spectre with himself right now, as
Enemy remaining.
he's just showing us why they are the team that they are.
Well, Scrossy with that judge being really annoying, especially with the updraft and the tailwind, just dashing into the players and shutting them down face front. And I believe Judge is the only weapon after Vandal with which you can one tap with. We are not talking about Operator. That's not a weapon. That's a cannon. Okay, just leaving that aside, I think Judge is the only weapon you can one tap with if you are at close range. And I believe this is a decent thing done by Rosie now. And what we see is Rosie trying to catch off one player off guard, but Way by God, where is he roaming around? I don't see him on the screen. Okay, he's lurking around in mid area. Yes, Rosie again coming up with that cheeky play on the judge. Tags up the race pretty bad. Jojo will be shutting him down, but traded off by Skills. Kappa will be taking down Fushi as well. Only 2 more defenders remaining. Hellranger being very cheeky now, holding off slowly on the mid area. 4 attackers versus 1 defender. It's gonna be all down to Gorbitz, and Gorbitz will be shut down by Hellranger. And another round going in the hands of Team Attackers. Global Esports at match point. And from what I am seeing for the last few rounds, this is gonna be it. It might be a 13-4 scoreline coming up for them. What do you think?
Enemy remaining.
I think there is still some fight left in White Shadows, so it's not going to be 13-4 just yet. But at the same time, the way that Global has been playing these last 2-3 rounds, it just seems that it's not going to matter what White Shadows does, because it just seems like they're just getting bombarded completely. But Gorbitz will run in and pick that kill up. He'll get that Vandal. Pushy is going to get another one. The Vandal has been picked up by Jojo as well, but there's one player in the back. He will get that. Kappa is going to get one. 2. Will he get that kill on Webag or no? He will not. The Vandal is going to get picked up. Yep, it will. Webag, honestly, as far as his mechanical skill goes, he is right up there. We have seen a lot of plays coming out from him that have honestly impressed me. And Gorbitz, he's sitting at the top. He is doing all the heavy lifting for his team right now. But yes, Gorbitz and Webigod, these 2 players have certainly showed us what White Shadows can do.
Well, yes, I believe Jojo and Pushi, these two players, if they could have, flagged a little bit more, maybe not make those silly mistakes, then the scoreline would have been different now. But I believe Global Esports, they are not going to be throwing up a little bit more there. Pushi will be immediately shut down. The ultimate ability, the run it back has been popped off there, and Pushi hasn't been able to do much with it, but takes down one without the ultimate there. Skills will be taking down one. Gorbits will be taking down one as well. Kappa gets one with the Hunter's Fury. Gorbits has been shut down 3 versus 3 on the defenders as well. The Omen, the Raze, and the Sova will be still remaining. And I believe one of the Omens have just popped off their ultimate ability, if I'm not mistaken there. Hell Ranger trying to walk up slowly onto the A main there, trying to just get control of that side. Now, this is going to be important there. You see, B side is still empty. If there's one player trying to walk in now, they just need to shut down the Raze, Jojo, and they can walk in. But the 3 players, they're going to stack up in Catwalk there. There's only one player remaining in A side. That's going to be lurking around. He's going to be lurking around in Haven. Sova, we're talking about, right? And the Race, he's going to just accompany him from behind. Way by God is coming up from the top there. He has what it takes. Now he's just spamming up there. A little bit damage done thoroughly there, but he's just waiting in the camera. You see how patient he is, the Cypher there. He has to be just waiting around there. Way by God trying to get more information. Nothing done there, and Kappa will be taken down by Jojo. 2 versus 2. This round may be going in the hands of Team Global or in the hands of Team White Shadow. Well, this is just a matter of time now. Both the players from the defenders are up in Heaven. Gets one, maybe going out for a double, but it's going to be Way by God versus Lightning Fast, and Lightning Fast with that information shuts him down, one taps him to the head, and this is going to be a 2-0. I mean, firstly, the scoreline of this match, it's going to be 13-5, and the total series score is going to be 2-0. Global Esports moving into the next stage. Kanav, my man, what do you think? Global Esports?
I did not expect such a one-sided matchup, to be honest. I knew that it was going to be a game that Global would definitely be dominating in, but this was not domination. This was murder. This was like there was nothing that came in from White Shadows. They were not even able to string together enough rounds on 2 maps to win a map. They went 13-6 and went 13-4. That's 10 rounds. But yes, that's not me making fun of White Shadows. That is just me highlighting how strong Global really is, because taking 10 rounds against Global Esports, I don't care what team you are, it's not easy. And Global is definitely a very, very strong team, and they clearly showed us why they are one of those teams, why they are up there with Team Mahi, with XTZ, with Godlike. They are some of the best teams that we have in the region, and that is why Global can compete with them, and their games are obviously that close. But White Shadows, they still have a long way to go. But at the same time, as far as I can say, if they do keep grinding together, they do stick together with the talent that they have, with the skills that they have, the mechanical aim, the game sense, possibly work a little bit on strategy, team synergy, they should be able to make it into the elite group of these teams. Because I have not seen their games before this, but if this is going to be the first time they've played Global, then I would say that I'm pretty impressed.
Well, that is very true. And let's just remind the audience that you guys are watching ESPL India Valorant PowerUp, media partner TalkEsport, and there's going to be a lot of partners as well. We have, Esports League as the official, and we have Well, I'd like to also remind you guys that if you really want to play this tournament that you're watching right now, you can just log into espl.gg, use your Google account, use your Facebook account, or just use your email to create your own account, get your team registered. Guys, what are you waiting for? Go into it, get your team registered, and you can play this tournament. Well, talking about the match now, I think if you really want to give it a shot at Global Esports or even White Shadow, I think you might just be starting the registration already, because there are, it's a personal feeling. Like when I see Team Mahi performing, it's my feeling that maybe I just get to play against this players, maybe just kill one of them, get one frag against Team Mahi. And there are a lot of people who actually want to say that Global Esports is not the most dominating team. Now we have it always in the chat. There's another team who can dominate better. Why don't you give it a shot against these teams now? If you want, nothing, just log into espl.gg, register for the tournament. It's there on the dashboard, you would find it there. But yes, talking about this match, Grossi, this man with a shotgun, he has been pretty dominant, and whatever he did, it was there. Well, we saw only one ace coming up from Team Global Esports. That was none other than Hell Ranger, and he did a pretty good job at that. You see Skiros, you can see him over and over again on your screens now with that shotgun being so much annoying there onto the White Shadow team. Yes, they did a pretty decent job getting the rounds what they could have. But yes, the coordination and the experience that actually comes out in play. So kind of the next game, we know who it is. It's going to be playing against a very interesting team. So why don't you throw some light on that? Who is going to be playing in the next match? Sorry.
Well, it's going to be XTZ, and the lineups are not out just yet, but we know that it is going to be a great game because we know that it's going to be. I mean, NaCly, I have not seen them play. I don't know if I'm pronouncing their name correctly, but XTZ will be taking on NaCly, and um, if that is the case, then it's going to be an interesting game because we have not seen what NaCly can bring to the board. Neither we had seen what White Shadows could bring to the board. And in all the 10 rounds that they have won, I would say that they defeated Global properly. Those 4 rounds were not rounds where Global messed up something. Yes, there may have been 1 or 2 rounds, but at the same time, those 10 rounds were rounds that they won clean. Those were rounds that they won based on their own self. And um, you can't take that away from them against a team like Global because I'm pretty sure that if we picked up random people from chat, including any one of us, we would not win a single round. That is for sure.
No, that is
And
that is very true. Yeah,
that is for
all
sure.
these
And
teams, yeah, please.
yeah, yeah.
So
And
it's like
for White
kind of
Shadows
like
to come in and do this, it is actually pretty good.
Well, one more thing is that kind of you just spoke about like if we were playing against them. Yeah, you are pretty sure. I'm not just pretty sure. I'm confident and I'm 100% sure that I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna not even get 1 round because these players, be it White Shadow, be it Global Esports is on another level. But actually, if I pull off even 1 round against Team White Shadow, which they did
Yep.
actually manage to pull off 4 to 5 rounds every game that they played today, they have done an
Yep.
amazing job. Still being an underdog. And slowly, we are going
That
to
is
move into the
true.
next game. Yep, and we're going to move into the next game really soon. But this was a 2-0 victory coming out for Team Global Esports. Let's read you through the scores now. 13-5 domination coming out from Global Esports on Ascent. Hellranger with the top frags with 23 kills, 9 deaths, and 3 assists. Coming up next, it's going to be Gorbits with 15 frags. Kills going to be having 16. Kappa will be having 14. Lightning Fast and Skrosi with 14 and 10 frags respectively. Well, Skrosi, 10 frags I can see on the board, and I am pretty sure he had at least 5 to 6 frags with just shotguns. Pushi coming up next
Yep.
with 9 and Dino with 9 as well. Way by God also with 9 frags. Jojo, it's not pretty to watch, but yes, Jojo was lurking around playing a duelist, and might I remind you, an offensive duelist. All the abilities by Jojo are offensive, and in spite of those abilities, if you are not able to rack up kills, I believe that is something you need to work on. Well, I'd like to also remind you, White Shadow, if you are willing to play again, and if anyone else is willing to play this tournament, you might just go into espl.gg, register your team, and play the tournament. Well, 13-5 victory in this match in Ascent, and 2-0 domination for the series score in the BO3 between Team Global Esports versus White Shadow. And this is a great thing that we have watched in this game, and you see up there, it's written on our screens right now as well. INR 7.5 lakh rupees, guys. If you don't know INR, it's Indian national rupee. 7.5 lakh rupees is the prize pool of this event. ESPL India Valorant PowerUp qualifiers 2. It is still available on espl.gg. Registrations are closing on 12th Jan 2021 at 11:59 hours. Go now, register yourself. You can see it's written there, espl.gg/India. You can just type in espl.gg as well. It will directly, automatically move in to the Indian website. But yes, if you want to play, go ahead and register and just get a chance at least in your life to, you know, maybe just outdo all these professional teams and get a share of that 7.5 lakhs huge prize pool. So kind of, what do you think? What are the chances that we both teamed up and made our own team and getting any share of this huge prize pool?
I mean, if you're talking about casting money, then we're going to get some shares. But if you talk about prize money from the pool, we're not going to get anything. I'm pretty sure about that. So, I mean, if it is going to be, if there is anyone who wants to participate, I would actually tell you that please go ahead and do that because I personally would love to play it, but then who would cast and who would, give voice to those brilliant plays that were made by Way by God, or who was the plays that were made by Skirossi or by Antidote or by Excali, or any of those players that we have and whom everyone comes to see. So um, I mean, it's something that everyone should take in consideration. You have 3 days left for that, and why not take some time off with your friends and have some fun in the game? So till then, we will be taking a short break. We will be back on the other side of this break with XTZ taking on NaCly, and it's going to be a great game. XTZ, a very, very well known team. NaCly, an underdog again, and will they be able to throw a wrench into the proceedings that XTZ tries to bring, or will it be XTZ pulling off a global esports again against White Shadows, and that will be a quick 2-0? But that'll be something that we'll have to see on the other side of this break.
Yeah, right. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I'm blessed.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on, yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger, it's our time now, yeah, cause we warriors, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional thieves. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace. Bless.
Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Ride with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. In these days, we push forward. We stand strong. We stand tall. All together now. Yeah. Cause we warriors, yeah. Cause we warriors. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now, yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. I got you. Yeah, we warriors. Cause we warriors. say? I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I bless.
Rise up, though. Rise up, though. All my people, where you at? Rise up, though.
Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on, yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger, it's our time now, yeah, cause we warriors,
Attackers win.
cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
So, welcome back, everyone. And honestly, what a great intro video. So, as I take this opportunity to welcome you all back to ESPL Valorant India Open, and this is map 2 that we're going to be, oh, sorry, game 2 that we are going to be going into. And this is going to be XTZ taking on NaCly. And we've had some jokes in the back end about NaCly, so salty, but I don't know if that is the real name that they will be going in with. But it's still going to be a great one to look into.
Well, talking about the first game and moving into the second one, I'm really astonished as to how the professional teams actually outdo the underdogs. But talking about NaCly, I don't know how I'm gonna pronunciate this name. Like seriously,
It's NaCly.
when we move into the game, I'm just gonna say attackers and defenders. Like we know we can say XTZ how many times we want to. Just staying on the safe side, I'd say attackers and defenders. That's how I'm gonna walk off it. So if any of you have any idea in the chat, like how to pronunciate the name correctly, please let us know. Please let me
Well,
and Kanav
yes,
know and
it
reduce.
is. I do. The perfect pronunciation for that name is NaCly.
Ah,
NaCly,
that's nice.
NaCly. So, yep, that is going to be the real pronunciation. But NaCly, they will have a lot more to untangle just than the pronunciation of their name, because coming up against them is going to be XTZ, a team that needs no introduction. It's the old roster that Noble had. Now they are acquired by XTZ, and this is going to be one great team. And that is one of the teams that, you don't count out. You don't count out that team until the last round is done. We have seen them take on Team Velocity. We've seen them what they have done to them on maps of Ascent as well as Bind. So if any one of those maps are going to be played today, NaCly, you will have to make sure you watch each other's back.
Well, yes, and to be very, very honest, XTZ, they are a fierce squad indeed. Especially if I see Hika playing around with that race, I think the players and team NaCly, they need to be really careful because Hika is really menacing if he's playing that race. And, on Ascent and Split, he's just a madman. As we see on our screens now, selected by XTZ Esports, the first map of the day, it's going to be Haven between these two teams. That's going to be XTZ and NaCly. Second game, it's going to be Ascent. Third match, it is going to be Split yet again, but only if there is a third game. That will be depending on both these teams now, XTZ and NaCly, just because both the teams are going to be facing off each other for the first time in their own Valorant careers. But we see also that the banned maps is going to be Bind and Icebox. Now, personally speaking, Icebox to me is a good map, but Bind, I am fed up of losing matches in that particular map. So I believe Bind is a very decent, map to ban by Team NaCly. But talking about Haven, yet again, we are seeing Haven has been chosen by Team XTZ, the professional team. So, what are we keeping on our expectations, Kanav? Because last time we saw Haven getting taken by Global Esports, they dominated out there.
Well, the last time that Global went to Haven, yep, it was 11-1 on split, finished off 13-6. But will NaCly and XTZ be at that same level? We don't know, because we honestly do not know what NaCly is going to bring to the table. And that is going to be something that will be new for us. And I think I have an idea of who's going to be playing. So it's going to be Pixels, Orange Leaf, Sharin, ALC Thanos, and The Game. Oh, nice name, my friend.
Well,
If
I
there
have
is
seen
any,
this player play. ALC Thanos. Sorry for interrupting, but like seriously, I have seen this player play. Like he has played previously in one of the tournaments that I have actually casted for, and he is a decent player. So if he can combine with the team, we might be seeing one match going in the hands of NaCly actually.
well, if NaCly can pick our map, then it'll be a huge thing, because XTZ is not usually a team that you would see drop a map. They're not the team that goes to a third map in a best of three. They're usually the team that says, you know what, we know this map already. She can take a back seat. We're going to take this a quick 2-0. You can go home, work on your strategies. You can work on what you want. But as far as XTZ goes, we're going to take it not longer than the second map. And honestly speaking, I think that XTZ has the edge in this, but at the same time, I would not count NaCly out, simply because it's more like a fear of the unknown, as especially for XTZ as well. They should not underestimate NaCly, thinking that we don't know anything about them. Probably they're not a well-known team, so we don't have to worry about it. Here, every single game, every single round, every single map, every gunfight is going to matter. So it is going to be XTZ's loss if they would not give the due respect that is needed to their opponents.
Well, that is a very true thing you have said indeed. And what we are seeing on our screens right now, guys, if you are not understanding, it's basically that the tournament is open for all. It's a free entry tournament. Get your team registered, visit ESPL.gg, and you can actually play the tournament and play against these teams if you qualify into the higher stages who are already going to qualify. Three teams have qualified. We know the three teams who have already qualified into the next stage, and we are going to see the semifinals of those teams tomorrow. But yes, what we can tell you is that the registrations are open. It is going to be open till the 12th of January, 11:59 hours at night, definitely. And there's one guy in the chat asking, bro, how to make friends in ESPL website. It's very easy. You will have a plus team, define team members option there, because that's how I made my team. Find team members option there. Select the roles that you specifically want, and you will be getting the filtration of all the players that are actually available for, based on your requirements. But yes, if you do want to play it, visit espl.gg/India right now. Get your team registered to share the incredible, to maybe share, not share. It's not just, you're coming, registering, and getting it. You need to fight out a lot to get to that 7.5 lakh prize pool. And that is the highest prize pool ever in India that has been, given for the underdogs as well. But now we see on our screens the agent selection coming up on our screens. XTZ, Harsh, Wimp, Sami, Sai, and Blackhawk. Now, Sai, it's default. We know that Sai is going to go with the Jet and he's going to play with the operator, pulling off insane shots. But now, talking about NaCly, Pixels, it's going to play with Omen. Orange Leaf will be having the Cypher. Sharon is probably going for the Sova. As I can see, there's going to be one Initiator and two Duelists on both the teams there. We see the game will be moving on with the Jet and ALC Thanos, as expected with that raise. So, based on the agent selection, what do you think? How's it going to play out, Kanav?
Well, as far as the agent selection goes, it seems that a very heavy frag setup is being played on. I mean, there are two duelists on both team. There is one Sentinel, and there's Sova. There's the Omen as well. But at the same time, I feel that the reason I would give, like, just if I'm just talking about op advantage, I would give it to I'd give it to XTZ right now, because Killjoy, she can be someone that you can use perfectly well on defense, but as well you can use her pretty flexibly on attack as well. That is something that you cannot really say about the Cypher. So if Orange Leaf is going to prove me wrong, I'd be happy, because if he is going to go in with that Cypher and either frag it out or just use his utility to you know use the utility to understand what is the role of a Cypher, then I think Orange Leaf could be the wild card that is needed by NaCly to take this win. But if we just talk about simple op selection and the way that majority of the teams might be playing Killjoy or a Cypher, then yes, the advantage would definitely be in terms of XTZ. But it looks like the game is just going to go in. He'll get that first kill onto Sammy, get traded out by Wimp, and now it's going to be Harsh with the paranoia. He'll have to play this safe. He'll get one. Before he gets a second, he'll get traded out. Thanos is going to get two. Wimp does get Orange Leaf. The paint shell comes in from Garage. It looks like this is going to be a 2v2. The spike has been initiated. It's going to be Thanos as well as that's going to be the Omen. Yeah, it's going to be the Sova. Oh, Pixels with a great shot on the Sai. Looks like this is not going to be an easy game for XTZ as they are down 1v2. A double peak comes in and Pixels will finish off Blackhawk. And what a start to the game by NaCly.
Surprise, surprise there. Underdogs actually coming up with that first round there, and we see NaCly doing a decent job with those, one taps to the head using those ghosts. And what we see, NaCly, they are really inclined on winning. You see 3 players already buying off those Spectres and heavy shields as well. So this is going to be one aggressive team that we are going to witness on the attacker side today, NaCly. But yes, Team XTZ, you better watch your back because this team is not going to give you an easy walk to the next round of the game. But we also need to remember that this is Haven. This is the most unpredictable map that you can possibly have in the entire, game of Valorant. But now we see another aggression coming out there. Pixels will be smoking off the areas. Sharon will be picking up Sami immediately. That's one loss already. The garage needs to be cleared out. The game has spotted one of the players there on backside. Harsh will be traded down immediately by Thanos. There's already 3 players down and there's none down coming up from the attackers. Attackers, okay, what energy drink did you have or what food did you have this evening? Because you guys are being pretty confident about the push and you're just rushing in. It's not, that, yeah, let's look, stop and then push. And Sai actually gets one player down, but he's low on HP there. Blackhawk will be having 100 HP still remaining. He has that Sova recon bolt dropped out immediately, trying to tag out one of the players, giving that wall bang, but the classic wall bang is not so powerful there. Sharon will be shutting down Blackhawk as well. One more player remaining with 14 HP. It is going to be Sai, who will be shut down even if he is visible a little bit. Well, I think the position has been already cleared out. The Pixels has caught him off guard and complete shutdown. 2-0 domination coming out from the Underdogs. Well done, Team NaCly. I am really impressed. Kana, what about you, man?
Well, I did not expect this strong of a start from NaCly, and can we change predictions? Because it looks like it's suddenly XTZ on the back foot, but the full buy round is going to be coming in, and this is where we'll really know whether XTZ is going to hold up against this team of NaCly, who started off all guns blazing. And honestly speaking, this is going to be a great matchup between both these teams, and an all-A push coming in. Orange Leaf already with the tripwires being set. It's going to be Sova who will be using a shock dart, I believe. The Raze Boombot comes in. A paint shell will be coming in. A cloud burst for Heaven. Looks like every single player of XTZ will have to play for a retake. No, it's going to be Blackhawk getting one. Gets traded up by Orange Leaf. The Phantom has been picked up. The game is going to be looking for one. Pixel is going to get one onto Harsh. Will this be the... Oh boy, Wimp is going to get the final trade. The game has already taken out Sai. Wimp is going to get one more. The game is going to get rid of Wimp. And Sammy will be in a 1v1. He will use his teleport. Will his position get called out? Sharon, he is playing right around that green box as both these players are going to be picking up against each other. But Sammy will land that headshot. That is XTZ. Take their first round.
Well, that is very true. This is what XTZ is all about. They gave away 2 rounds, but in the 3rd round, they showed them that this is not an easy win for Team NaCly either. They really need to work off and they need to play something extraordinary. But as you saw, Sami was being very, very slow, calm and patient. He needed to pull up that one tap with that Vandal. He did it amazingly. And there's one round already in the hands of XTZ. Now, one thing that XTZ did is that they did not give away too many rounds. They came back on the first round and they did a pretty decent job getting that round in the bag as well. Well, 3 rounds down, 2-1, the lead still remaining with NaCly.
Well, the Stormblades have been equipped as the recon dart will be coming in. The game is just running and running. He is not looking to stop at all. And I don't know from where these players of NaCly have come or what they've had, but they are certainly looking to be a very aggressive bunch of players. Now, Harsh, he has sneaked up to the window. He will get spotted by that all round. And as the Jet looks to dash in, she will get that kill onto Harsh. And that is not the start that XTZ wanted for this round. The garage control is going to be on the place. Seaside push is on the cards, as it will be Sammy who will have to deal with the jet coming in. The updraft queue. The player is spotted, but Sammy still through that smoke is going to get that kill onto the jet. A very good shot. The spike has been planted, and this is just a Seaside brawl completely.
Well, a brawl indeed. 4 versus 4 retake coming out from the attackers and the defenders. Okay, it's a defender side definitely. And you see the shock that will be immediately dropped off there. I believe 50 HP damage at least done on the Omen, because you had you heard that erg sound coming out from the Omen as well. But now Pixels going off for a very wide flank, but Wimp will be waiting there, taking him down. XTZ already 2 player down. Now there's only 2 more players remaining. It's going to be ALC Thanos from the attacker side, and there's going to be the Sova. Blackhawk will be taking down another one. The defenders are actually falling short of time right now. I believe they need to bail out. Shannon will be taking on Blackhawk as well. Last player standing, it's going to be Wimps from the attacker side, the defender side, and he is going to move on for the save. Well, another round in the attacker side. I think NaCly is doing a pretty decent job, Kanav.
Well, a decent job would be an understatement, because this is XTZ that we're talking about, and it just looks like they are getting rolled on by NaCly. I don't know whether this is being the attacker-sided map of Haven that is being shown, but they've gone off to a strong start, and it looks like the AWP is going to get picked up by the game. Hunter's Fury is ready. The teleport is ready. Blackhawk also has his Hunter's Fury. This is going to be a great round coming in.
Okay, what? Did we just see the Hunter's Fury getting used up initially by the defenders? I am a bit shocked there. There was no tags coming up from that Hunter's Fury, and yet they managed to use it. And I don't know why XTZ is doing this, but it seems like they are actually in the intentions of maybe giving away this round. Well, I don't know what's going on in their mind, but what I can say from the attacker's perspective, everyone is stacked up in C long. There might be just sprays coming out there. You see the Omen getting so much information coming up from XTZ. So much information has been given out. The grenade has been popped out. The paint shell has been dropped out. But immediately the game will be trying to dash back. 1 player down from the defender side. 2 players down. 3rd one on low HP. And we see only 1 standing. This is going to be Blackhawk, who is going to be shut down by their game. Are you serious right now? 3 points lead coming up from NaCly. This team has some coordination. This team is going to be a hard one for XTZ to actually take down, Kanav. This is going to be interesting. This evening is going to be on fire if this goes on throughout the match, I think.
I mean, the way that the Phoenix, the Omen, as well as the Sova were stacked up for XTZ, I thought the second NaCly makes that push into sight, they're going to get just absolutely demolished. But it was the opposite. It was the opposite of what happened. They were not even able to make their way out of sight and then make their way back in. And NaCly had complete sight control, and they held every single thing. I mean, what a play. Sai is going to pick up the first blood this time, as he will get rid of the Sova. So a big pick, but there are still going to be 4 players on the side of NaCly to make this round their own.
Well, very honestly, I don't expect that NaCly will be doing this, but they are coming up with some weird strategies. They rushed 3 rounds, they waited 1 round, and this is going to be another round which they are playing passively just because of the loss of the Sova. And I believe if the Sova was still alive, then I think they might have had a different opinion of rushing there. But ALC Thanos, he is waiting up calm and patient outside that garage area, and we see there are 2 players defending the C and garage side. Harsh will be being very, very calm and cool, waiting up on B default. Then now this is a very, very tricky area to hold on, but there's going to be 3 players actually walking into the crosshair if they can. There's 1 down already. There may be another one taken down immediately through that wooden piece of structure. We see there's 1 player taken down from the attacker side as well, but there's now actually 2 downs from the attackers. This needs to be an insane play for the attackers if they are willing to plant the spike there, and I believe they have already moved in to this side there. Sami will be taking down ALC Thanos, and with that, this round may be given in the hands of defenders. We couldn't stop talking, and we just saw what happened. Alone, Sami held out the C side. It was in his hands. The round was given Team XTZ 4-2 coming out after 6 rounds total.
Well, I did not expect NaCly to be this strong, to be fair. I thought that NaCly was, going to be another good team, but XTZ was going to have an easy field day. it's actually the opposite. And NaCly is really showing us that. So right now, this is going to be an important round for NaCly. They need to take this win so that they can first of all get that off
What?
the hands of Sai, as he is going to prove why the off is going to be such a powerful option. As Blackhawk will get one, get two, but gets taken out by Orange Leaf. Finally, it's going to be a 4v2 for XTZ. So it looks like XTZ is coming back into the group, but a backstab probably is going to be given by Harsh, but that should be called out. The turret has been placed. The second that the Omen breaks shadow cover, he will get pinged and his position will be known. So Harsh, he's holding this patiently. Will this angle get
enemy
checked?
remaining.
No,
No.
the wall bang comes in and Orange Leaf will get taken out. The diffuse, sorry, my bad, not the diffuser. The spike is going to be on the door. And now, oh, there you go. Harsh showing us why he is the player that he is. Picks up that last kill. And what a round coming in
Well,
from
you know, it's
XTZ.
a-
In fact, this is just back and
Yep.
forth.
It's a losing one player in the very start, and if they lose one player like they have lost since the past two rounds, I believe this is going to be very, very difficult for team attackers now. Now, what we are seeing right now, this might be a short timeout coming off from the attacker side, just because they need to discuss a little bit like what's going on, because they have lost back to back two rounds, which should not be happening. And with the operator on side, I believe he's going to be pretty menacing if you are talking about sniping and those one taps coming through. What do you think, Kanav? We see an eco round coming out from team attackers there, and personally speaking, now I have been playing Valorant a lot lately, like at least 5 to 6 hours a day, in spite of working as a caster, doing my usual things. So what I have seen is that eco rounds actually play out in the favor of the team. So if they are pulling off a decent eco round, I think they can pull off this round as well as the next, because just because they are gonna have that economy on them stacked up after the eco round is over.
Well, yes. I mean, um, if this eco round goes in the favor of NaCly, it's going to be a big thing because they will get a free op, which you would not
Ah.
necessarily be getting if you have, a normal eco and then a full buy round. So that is one thing that could happen. You could get that op off size hands. The second thing that you would do is that you would make the next two rounds that XTZ would have to win, because if they say lose this, they still have the credits to go in for another full buy. But after that, they'll be forced to do an eco if they lose the round that comes in after that. So if it goes that way, then NaCly will be having uh, a cakewalk for the rest of the attack rounds. But if they are able to come out of this eco by getting that op, it's going to be a much bigger win than just finishing this round off and hoping that you take the full buy when it comes in.
Well, yes, and there's someone in the chat saying it is salty, not nasally. All right, but the pronunciation given to us by the team is nasally, and it means salty. Definitely, that you're absolutely correct about. But yes, right now the 1 point lead in Team Nasley's favor. This is going to be pretty dominant there. Now we see the score line, not the score line, but the leaderboards there. Sami having 8 frags, the Wims having 5 frags, and the rest are not. We see that Pixels will be having 6, Sharon will be having 6 as well, Thanos and the game will be having 5 each, and Orange Leaf will be having 4. And both the teams have one sentinel, like we saw at the starting of the map. So what do you think, Kanav? Which is the actually better team to which is the actual better agent to go with? Will it be the Killjoy or will it be the Cypher if you have to pick a sentinel between these two?
If you ask me personally, I'd take the Killjoy simply based on half the utility that she has is kind of autonomous. You don't need to worry about it too much, and also the fact
Hmm.
that she is a lot more flexible on attack versus on defense. So um,
Ah.
it's yeah. So Cypher, he does his things best. I mean, if you get stuck in a tripwire when you're making push into site, it's very irritating because you get slowed down. You have your timer before you get hit with that concussion and 5 HP of damage. Not to mention your location gets pinged, and you have to change where you're aiming to get to get rid of the tripwire and then to take the gunfight that you want to take. So he does those things good. Not to mention he has those cipher cages which can be used as smokes as well. But at the same time, I'd say that Killjoy just because that she is a little more flexible. You can use her swarm grenades to get people out of positions. You can use her turret to watch your flank, get some intel if there's someone peeking you. Not and also the alarm bot, that's going to be a great addition to her kit as well. So I'd personally go with a Killjoy, but if there is someone who prefers the Cypher, they must definitely be having their own reasons for it.
Well, that is very true. And I'd like to also mention one thing that is not usually mentioned on stream, but yes, there is one thing that we are seeing for the past 2 days: the excellent cinematics by the production team. Hats off to the production team as well for pulling off so insane level of what's it called, streams on front of you. And yes, Kanav, I'll be there with you for the next 2 games or 3 games, whatever these teams have to offer to us. But now a 4-3 split. This split is actually very interesting to watch because Haven being a attack oriented map, there's the lead with the attacking team, but the defending team, they have also done a pretty good job. If I talk about team XTZ, but they are falling short in one specific way, that is holding off the site, and they're just allowing the attackers to walk into their beds and maybe just litter all around with that spike getting planted, getting that radiant, because that's the backstory of Valorant. You get the spike, sorry about that, and you plant it, you steal that radianite, and you just walk off with those rounds. That is the entire backstory. And talking about team attackers right now, they are doing a pretty good job doing that round captures over and over again. So we are still stuck here. We are the timers have been stopped there. As you can see that there was one player who was disconnected due to network issues, but it will be resuming the match as soon as possible. And what do you think, Kamal? The next round, it's going to be the 8th round. It's either the tie round for team XTC, or there's going to be another point in the favor of team Globe, what's it called, team NaCly. I'm just forgetting the name. Besides being, it's such a very uncommon name that this team has come up with. So, what do you think? The clock has started. Who is it going to be that's going to walk off with this round?
Well, as far as I know, I cannot predict anything because I predicted that XTZ would be having a relatively easier time, but it looks like NaCly has just come in to prove me wrong, as a Jet Dash has been used. That is probably to put people in two minds whether it's going to be a push from A short or A long. It's going to be Harsh holding on to Garage. The paint shell comes in. That will be some damage that he takes possibly. But no, it looks like in full eco round is being on the board for NaCly, as the Raze does not have a shield with us. With her, she's going to be taking a little bit damage of her own, but at this point, it's not going to be the matter that is of concern. The molly getting dropped. The Sai is probably going to ring off that op in the distance, as it just seems to be a B-sided push right now. Garage control has not been taken, so will NaCly still go in for that? We can see the Cypher on C long, just checking to make sure that there is anyone that side. The location has been pinged, as 4 players from the side of NaCly are just sneaking their way in from A short. Might just be an A rush. This is going to be a fake, and suddenly everyone is going to be bursting into sight. The smokes are ready, the Sova is ready, the recon darts are going to be ready, the swarm grenade is going to be used. Yup, there you go, it's going to be used. Wave is going to get that one with the Phantom. He'll get 2, but he gets taken out by the Frenzy. The Killjoy turret is going to get spotted and gets taken out. Blackhawk is going.
That's it. 4-4 match. Okay, I am completely mad right now. It's not match point. It's a tie score coming up for team attackers and defenders. And I think the best thing is that 4 versus 4 when it comes to Haven, it's a pretty decent map because it's balanced. You can play the retake on any side if you want to, if you're on the defender side, but you can also attack any side you want to when you're on the attacker. So compared to any other map, this is a pretty decent balanced map right now. XTZ versus team NaCly. We are having a pretty good match here. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. The 9th round gets underway. We see Harsh will be flashing and immediately falling. Oh my god, Pixels is going to be very annoyed there. Sai just moved out of B side, peeked a little bit, and that shot was there, taking down one player immediately.
Well, that was a pixel peek onto the head of Pixels, as Thanos will get rid of Harsh. Sai is still holding on to this angle from CT. He might just be able to deny and keep a lot of control on C, and hopefully his team will be able to get the retake in. But it looks like it's going to be the Jet versus the Jet. The Hunter's Fury comes in for CT. It looks like one player did get spotted. Orange Leaf will get taken out by that Hunter's Fury. Killjoy comes in. The game will have to play this smart. He is going to go up against the
Ah.
Phantom on Wimp, as Wimp will be getting that kill. Sammy is going to make sure that Recon Dart is going to be used for his team to retake, but the Hunter's Fury comes in to deny the plant. It looks like the Killjoy will just about survive, and that will be Wimp getting the defuse, and another Ninja defuse coming in as a team ace is on the cards, and the Sova from NaCly unfortunately not able to do enough with his ultimate to get his team that much needed round.
Well, that is very true. And surprisingly, the most interesting thing I saw is that the Sova from the attacker side, he really made this round try hard for himself. He used that Hunter's Fury, tagged up the Phoenix who was defusing the spike. The Phoenix did a pretty good job running out of that, second charge of that Hunter's Fury. But then it was all over. He needed to start with it. It wasn't there. How did he do that? I am
What?
shocked, Lair. Like, Sai, you just saw him. He came out there. There was a smoke in front of him. He just took that shot and he just dropped back. And you see that? Oh my god. Harsh, he is being so cheeky right now. He waited for that spray
One
to finish.
enemy
Just
remaining.
look into his eye and one tapped him straight off the back. Sami taking down another one. This might be a flawless round if all goes well. We see Orange Leaf is very low. He takes down Harsh, but indeed, Sai will be taking that wall bang shot with the Sheriff. Shut down, 6 and 4, lead remaining. You see the shot there, you saw it there, the smoke was there. He took the shot through that smoke. This is what I was shocked about. And this cheeky play, there was it. Harsh, great round, yeah, great round by XTZ, I might add.
I mean, Sai is definitely a madman pushing in through all of that utility, a paint shell, a cloudburst, I don't know, a shock dart, and gets that shot when he does not even see the player. That is game sense 101. I mean, uh, it's really amazing to see when these players really pop off. It shows you the difference between a good player, a bad player, and a player of their caliber, and it's so obvious. As the game, he's just made his way in. He is going to be getting no kills, as Wimp
One
will be getting a
enemy
3k
remaining.
for himself.
Flawless.
Sammy is going to get one, and Wimp will be denied the ace. And there you go. That
Last
is
round in the
how
half.
XTZ plays Valorant.
Well, yes, and surprisingly, XTC is holding off 3 sides now. There was one person who was asking in the chat that how do you expect 5 players to hold off 3 sides, and especially in the crossfire, and kind of really explain that. Well, this is how XTC do it. They're giving you live examples on stream how you can hold off all 3 sides when even all the 5 players are stacking up together. But yes, 3 points lead right now coming up for Team XTZ, and this was not what we were seeing for the first 4 rounds. Team NaCly, they had it, but they somehow lost that, a lucky charm there. You see that the Sova owl drone, please don't tell me he's gonna get taken down by that owl when he's doing that owl drone thingy there. But yes, the owl drone will be trying to pick up one of the players. Now he's looking for that Sova. Sai is being very cautious there, trying to look up for that Sova. But no, getting denied.
Oh.
Harsh, this is how, this is sheer coordination. This is how experience actually plays you off there. The coordination coming up from Harsh, taking down one player immediately. Attackers, they are already down by one player. Sai is also low. He has only 30 HP to survive with and take more and more shots there. And what we are seeing in this round, I believe XTZ might just get, a 4-point lead if they win off this round. What do you think, Kanav?
Well, a 4-point lead is definitely going to be something that XTZ would love, because Evan, there's going to be an attacker-sided map as finally possibly a B push, or will this be a B to C push on the card for NaCly as the Stormblades have come out. The Swarm Grenade is going out. There are 3 people outside garage and 1 on C long, so this should be a C side push. The alarm bot comes in, gets taken out. A recon dart for window will prevent the push coming in, but lockdown has been established. Sammy's going to get 1. Pixel will get that. Blackhawk is going to add 1. It's going to be Pixels in a 1v3. He needs to make sure he nails his way out of the dome. But Wimp comes in and makes sure he disappears in an ion ball. The Phantom gets that kill.
Switching sides.
Well, you can see now this is mutual respect. Both the teams typing in the all chat, good half. This is mutual respect. Like, even though you are winning or you're losing, you have that respect for the opponent team. That's really good job coming out there. But yes, 4-point lead coming out for Team XTZ. I think they have something of a tale to tell, because they were down and out almost at 3-1. Like, they were in the lead. Team NaCly, they were in the lead, but somehow they came up front. XTZ outdid the entire team of NaCly. And from what I am seeing, this is going to be an A attack. And mostly in Haven, I have seen most of the first attack, especially in the pistol round, it goes on to A, just because of how much of a cover you can get for yourself while attacking. And I think that's a very decent decision that the teams have to make, pushing on A side in the first round. That's the pistol round.
I agree. I think that B is usually out of question in the pistol round to attack. I mean, yes, there could be a team that has some big brain strat that they could use to attack B and get away with it.
taken out.
But I feel that a lot of times it's A, because you have pistols in your hand. Taking gunfights at shorter range is going to be much more easier. You have a lot more areas that you can cover with small amounts of smoke. You don't have too much utility to spend. So that could be the reason that a lot of teams go for A. But a C push can be on the board. I've not seen I've personally not seen a B push in a pistol round, but would we be seeing it right now as Thanos is going to get spotted? The paint shell comes out. The hot hands is going to get dropped as well. The Phoenix is already inside as there are 4 players coming in from the back. This seems to be a B push finally happening. Oh my god, Blackhawk is going to get that spike down. The Swarm Grenade is going to be coming inside. Is going to get that kill. It's Sharon getting one. Pimp is going to get one. He will get spotted. Orange Leaf is going to get taken out. It's all down to Sharon as he gets deleted by Blackhawk. And again, that was Blackhawk just having some fun. Well, it
Yeah, I
finally
guess.
happened. It finally happened. A B push on.
They took B.
a pistol round.
We
Yeah.
never see B pushes. I might add, it's really very rare that there's a team completely rushing B, because we know that B is one little space that gets surrounded from every angle, be it A link, be it C link. If there are 2 players just waiting, like one player in A link, one player in C link there, if there's one player backside on B, and if there's one player maybe backstabbing around from A flanks or C flanks, that will be really very annoying to watch. But now what we see now, XTZ is trying to push off on C side. There's no player lurking off anywhere except the Phoenix and the Killjoy. They are somewhere near the mid and the A long as well. Well, the Killjoy will be immediately trying to fall back into cover, but XTZ, they took down 2 players. The Game and Sharon have been taken down. Now we see in the air, Harsh will be taking on another one. 4 HP left. He needs to get back. He needs to heal up immediately. Careful now. That will be the fireball trying to heal him up. It's not trying to heal him up. It is definitely healing him up. But the spike has been planted. Now 2 more players standing. It's going to be the Raze. ALC Thanos has been taken down. The Cypher with just a shotgun needs to one tap to the head, and he does. There's going to be one more bullet in that shotgun. Purely connects, but it was not enough to do the job because of that range on that. That what's it called? The shorty is really limited, and as close as you can get, the more damage you can do. According to that, we have another round in the bag of Team XTZ. And for, I believe XTZ, they have done the homework, and they are doing a pretty good job getting that lead more and more opened up for themselves.
I mean, it's like suddenly NaCly has just turned off. I don't know. This is not the NaCly that we saw in the first few rounds. I mean, it seemed that XTZ would be having a problem, but I don't know what happened. But suddenly it looks like NaCly is the one that has their hands too full.
That is very correct. Now moving on to the 15th round of the game, and if this round is also given to XTZ, I'd say it's almost a go home situation for Team NaCly for this match at least. But Pixels, he's been holding up B A site all on his own. Smokes up immediately. He, I believe, has detected Wimp here, and the turret will be also giving up the position of Wimp immediately. Now if he immediately peeks that direction, he can do pretty decent job there. And as I said, Pixels will be peeking up there, and he peeked. And XTZ Harsh, he's gonna take down Pixels immediately. XTZ, they are doing a good job out there, and that remade back from this boy. Okay, he's doing a madness job out there. Blackhawk will be taking down Orange Leaf immediately with that shock bolt. I don't know how they do it, but they do it repeatedly. Blackhawk finally planting the spike. 3 attackers, 3 defenders still remaining. One of them is just holding up in heaven. And 2 of them are in CT. So as you can see, the spams are gonna come through. Trying to connect that operator. The Elder Flame operator really shines when it's in Sai's hands. And trying to get another one, but Sai will be taken down. And the game with a beautiful, 2 kills, I believe, back to back. They do it, and he is teabagging. Okay, was it him teabagging, or is just random movements coming out by pressing that control button repeatedly? What do you think?
I mean, he's just making sure that his control button is working. Let's just say that. Let's just say that his control button might have glitched out, and he is using that time to figure out if it is working or not. But again, finally a round on board for NaCly, a much needed round, a round that had they not taken, they would have been forced into another eco, but it looks like they were able to get it. And yeah, a good round nonetheless.
Get out of my way.
Revealing area.
Well, that's very true, and indeed, I'd like to also, inform all of you guys. Guys, you guys are really being very supportive about the stream. So do subscribe to SkyEsports, and if you want, you can become a member of the channel as well. Leave a like if you like our commentary and the quality of the streams. Well, Pixels, this guy, he can pull off either a 2K or nothing, because there's two players actually picking off that double doors in garage. Pixels, he needs to move back, and there will be the Hunter's Fury ability popped off there. Tags up the Soba, takes him down. Shan will be taken down. Sami will be traded for. ALC Thanos gets taken down as well. 4 attackers still remaining, and there's going to be 3 defenders who need to hold it off. Wimps will be firstly placing everything he can, and you see that this retake is going to be very difficult just because the Killjoy has the traps enabled, and these traps are really annoying. Trust me, if you have those swarm grenades on those spikes, you can detonate them while someone is trying to defuse, and you can take him down, and that will be game over.
Well, yes, this is going to be a 4v3. The Phoenix still playing. He will get spotted, and the jump comes in.
Oh my
Orange Leaf
God.
making good use of the jump and getting rid of Harsh, catching him off guard. But Pixels is going to have to make sure that he is going to hold on to Garage. He does exactly that. Side does get one onto Orange Leaf. This is going to be a 2v2, but the Killjoy is not alive anymore, and this will be exactly what they were relying on for the
Last player
plant.
standing.
But it's going to be Sai still getting the game, and Pixels will now not have enough time
One
before
enemy
Blackhawk
remaining.
gets that kill, as Sai will get eaten up by that spike, but they're still going to walk away with that round.
That's decent enough. Total of 11 and 5. The scoreline is still increasing for Team XTZ, if I might add. And if Team NaCly, they are not going to do it now, it's going to be a never situation. 11 to 5. 6 points lead. Now, I have seen bigger comebacks in Haven. I have seen 12 and 5. It was 11 and 5. Then it came down to a 17-15 victory in one of the previous tournaments by SkyEsports. But yes, now it is a question of Team NaCly. Will they be able to do it or not? Now, we know the attack orientation of this map actually really helps Team XTZ push through, because their squad is really very dominating when it comes to the attacks. But now, the entire thing is left in the hands of the defenders. We see already there's going to be 2 defenders trying to reach out for any player that's on C long. But now spamming through the hole there. Sami needs to pull up for that reload, and Pixels perfectly timed it out, waited, and one tapped with that Sheriff back on his head. Well, the Killjoy is now waiting there, and you see Orange Leaf, he also has, and you see, this is Wimp. This is all the information. This is what, game sense looks like. Wimps, he knew there was one player just waiting up in that corner, drops the swarm grenade, detonates it, and drags him out. Takes him down immediately with that Phantom. But now, Sai, he's waiting up in double doors there. Sai needs to catch up one player at least, tries to one-tap him, and he does not one-tap him, but definitely takes him down. And this is going to be XTZ again walking off another round without... Okay, they actually planted the spike and got 300 credits more. So I believe, yes, match point for Team XTZ. Kind of the entire round for match point is with you. I really want this round, to be very, very exciting. So it's over to you.
Well, this is definitely going to be a great round. It's going to be a full buy coming in from both these teams. The op has been picked up by Pixels, and honestly speaking, the game had picked up the op last time. It did not work out as well, and it's just going to be a small thing whether that op is going to work or not. As the Pixels is going to spot the Killjoy, but a good jump bait as a Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out. Will this be wasted? Sharon did tag the Killjoy, but was unable to confirm the kill, as it looks like one player pushing in from short as well as long is going to cause the Cypher of Orange Leaf to give away his attention to the player on long, but the Cloudburst is being used. The Trapwire has been destroyed by the Jet as she came in. The Shock Darts have come out. The plant is not getting stuck just yet. A Link Recon Dart is going to prevent anyone from coming in. So will a Hot Hands being dropped, as Sai will be going in for that pre-fire through that door, but it will not matter as the spike is going to get initiated. So XTZ showing great patience in trying to get that spike down, and Sai just playing one tap. He will take some damage, but will return that favor to the Soba. The boom bot comes in, will get destroyed. The Killjoy has been activated, and this will eat up a lot of time on the side of defense, as Wimp is going to get one. It's basically game over at this point. The
Player
game is going to
standing.
get one. The attacker killjoy has been used. The last player is
Attackers
detained,
win.
and it goes to Harsh. As he picks up that last kill, the Reaver hands come in from the ground, and that is how XTZ is going to take the map of Haven. 13-5. I did not expect this scoreline, especially from the first two rounds where NaCly just went all guns blazing. And I don't know what happened in the middle, whether XTZ woke up or NaCly just kind of slept. But irrespective of what happened, uh, it was a good game to watch.
I said previously that both of these teams, they are gonna fight it out for the first time. They're gonna face off each other for the first time, and I believe NaCly, they really did their part when they started off. They got the initial 3 to 4 rounds, got the lead as well. But when XTC, they studied how this team functions, they immediately came back, and they came back really strong, because 13-5, you saw they were in a lead of 4-1, I believe, for team NaCly. They just scored one round after when they were in the attacking side there. But now, on the defender side there. But now, when XTZ, they studied, they did it, they got a 13-5 win on Haven yet again. So the professional team actually plays it out again on the first map on Haven. That's going to be really, coinciding there. And this was a good job and a good try by NaCly as well. Well, we are going to move into the second game, which is
enemy remaining.
none other than...
30 seconds
Which map?
left.
I forgot. I really forgot, kind of just enlighten the audience which map it is.
I think it was split. I might be wrong about this, but wait, we can verify it. We can verify which map we will be going to in just a second. So, yes, so we will be making our way to Ascent, in fact, and the decider is going to be split. And, it's just what it is. I think the reason that XTZ did not win so many rounds at the start and then eventually came out winning with such a huge score difference would be the fact that they were not ready for the playstyle that NaCly brings to the table. They thought that maybe this is going to be a much more of a different playstyle. Turns out that NaCly is just a team that wants to peek everything, take every single gunfight, but at the same time, XTZ, they are a team that knows what to do against a team like that, and they did exactly that. They just made sure that it was they played it the way that NaCly did not expect it. They waited for the peaks to come in. They showed patience for those plants. They showed patience for when they want to push. And at the end of the day, that is going to be everything that XTZ stands for.
Well, that is very true. And, surprisingly, XTZ, instead of losing the rounds in the initial half, they did come out stronger. And that is it. We see the entire scorecard in front of us right now. Wimps from XTZ will be actually topping the charts there. 19 frags coming out from his end. A great job with a 101 econ rating. That's a good thing. 295, average combat score there. XTZ Harsh coming up with 17 frags of his own. Sami will be having 16, Blackhawk 12, and Sai will be having 12. I believe Sai made some insane plays with that operator as well, taking that initial frags in a number of rounds there. The game with 11 frags there. Pixels will be having 12, Sharon will be having 8, Orange Leaf 9, and ALC Thanos will be having 7. Like, it's really disappointing to watch. I had seen this player play, ALC Thanos, but yes, I believe he did not function that well. Moving on, the next match, it's going to be Ascent yet again. And what we saw from the last Ascent, I think it might be another, repetition of what we saw in the first game today in Ascent. That was against Team Global Esports versus Team White Shadow. If that happens again, the professional team is again going to move on to the semi-finals, which is going to happen tomorrow. So what do you think? Will this team, that is Team XTZ, be able to clutch it out against a Team NaCly in the second game as well, or does NaCly have a chance to come back and move into the third game, which is the decider?
Well, as far as I can tell, after the play that we just saw between both these teams, this is going to be tough because NaCly started off strong. They started off really strong, but when the time came for XTZ to show what XTZ is, they did not hesitate in doing that, and it was easy to say the least for XTZ after that. Like, there were moments where it felt as if NaCly was getting close, But at the same time, the second that NaCly got that close to taking a round, XTZ was like, you know what, we still have a big brain play up our sleeves. You know what, we still have this thing to throw at you which you did not see coming. We still have this backstab. We still have this flank watch. We're still going to set up our post plant so well that you will not be able to come in. I mean, in the last round, I'm pretty sure that if there were a lot of teams with the Killjoy lockdown, they would have used the lockdown to take site instead of getting the plant down first and then waiting for time to go off. And when the push was actually coming in from the side of the defense, that is when they used the lockdown and just got so much more intel out of that, and they were able to play it perfectly.
Well, that is very true. And the next match is going to be another interesting one as well. But let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that you can surely take part in this tournament that's going on right now. ESPL India Valorant PowerUp, the qualifiers 2 registrations are right now happening in espl.gg/India. You can look it up on any browser you're using right now, Chrome. It's, irrespective of any browser you're using, register there with your team, and you can also get a chance to play against these teams if you qualify into the higher rounds. But now what we see on our screens is that the next game is going to be Ascent, NaCly with the attacking, and XTZ with the defending. Let me have my predictions there. We should all have our prediction. Like previously in SkyLeague 2020, we used to have predictions. So let me just put out my predictions. I think this is going to be a 13-8 victory in favor of Team XTZ, either a 13-8 or maybe a 13-4. So kind of your predictions. What do you think?
Um, I honestly don't want to predict anything because after after the round, how it started and how it has ended, uh, I don't know. I thought that this was going to be a map that NaCly would take, and then suddenly out of the blue, XTZ just comes in and sweeps in. I don't know. I don't want to make a prediction.
Well, to be very, very honest, well, okay. Now this is why it's NaCly. Now I was wondering, like, why will they say NaCly as salty? So it's NaCl, it's sodium chloride. Now I'm getting the hang
What?
of it. Why they,
What?
say,
You
okay, I'll
didn't get
explain
that
you.
joke since then?
No, I seriously didn't get it. I
Oh
got it
my
right now when
god.
someone just actually told
Oh
me in the
my
chat. Like
god.
seriously.
Oh Christ.
Oh
What
my
did you
god.
study in 11th and 12th? Don't tell me you took science.
I was a science student, but I was very bad at
All
chemistry. So
right. That's it.
that brings us
That's
here.
it. I'm ahead right now. I thought you
Yep,
got this joke
and
when Spiro was making it in in our back end jokes, but I thought, oh my god.
I seriously didn't get that joke, but still, let's move on. Move out of all these chemistry and things because we are gonna watch something very competitive. That is Valorant. So let's just stick to it. And the second game is gonna be Ascent, which is gonna be between the same two teams. That's gonna be Salty versus our dear team XTC. And it's surprising to see that Hikka is not playing. And if Hikka were playing, I think it would have been much more of a bigger scoreline if we talk about the scores that were in Haven because Hikka's plays Haven. He has played so many matches in Haven, on stream, off stream with different competitive players. I have seen him play personally, and he's a great job. But nevertheless, Team XTC, you are doing a pretty good job when it comes to outplaying Team NaCly. Moving on. Next game, it's going to be Ascent. Predictions I've given. Kind of doesn't want to predict just because of the reason, because let's leave it out at that. But yes, we're going to expect competition, and we're going to expect a very decent and fair competition, respectful. Definitely, all these teams, the sportsmanship coming out of both these teams is really incredible, and we would expect a top-notch performance from both the teams, irrespective of the scoreline that they put through in the end of the game.
That is true. Irrespective of the scoreline, one thing that is great to see is all of these teams respecting the playstyle, respecting each other as teams and opponents. Because today you might have a player that is on your opposite team, and tomorrow that same player might be on your team playing for your side, or it could be the other way around. You might have a player on your team, you could have him on the other team some other day. But it is time for the agent selection. I don't know why I always go in for the op, possibly because I play a game in which we call it operators, but If there's anyone who can predict that game, then yes, big brain to you. But still, nonetheless, it's going to be Harsh on the Raze, Wimp on the Cypher, Sammy on the Omen, Sai on the Jet, and Blackhawk on the Sova, while Pixels back on the Omen, Orange Leaf still on that Cypher, Sharon on that Sova, Thanos, and the game sticking to the Raze and
Same
Jet.
picks.
So it's going to be the same picks coming in from both these teams. The map is going to be Ascent. The server is going to be Mumbai. GG's for those Indian servers. Thanks, Riot. They were perfect.
Team agents as last game. Wimps is going for a Cypher instead of a Killjoy, and Hirsch is going for a Raze instead of that Phoenix that he was playing. They were doing a pretty decent job. And compared to, I believe, Sentinels, both the Cyphers on Ascent is really they have to outdo their one ways, their trap wires. Everything needs to be very, very precise and to the point, because this map, everyone has played it all throughout the game, because this was the first map in the game, and so everyone has pretty good knowledge about every corner, every angle that needs to be carried on. But yes, we see now how the players are stacking up. Hirsch is going to be moving on in B side there. I believe Blackhawk is going to play in mid area. There's 3 players. I believe they're going for a push, maybe, Sami. Then we have Sai there. We also have our dear Wimp there holding up on A side as well, and I believe this is going to be an aggression push coming up from the defenders there.
Well, yes, a defender showing aggression. This just goes back to Aya again. I saw that is going to be Sai having to make his way out, because he almost got caught out over there. He will get tagged. His position is called out. This is going to be a full A-side push. As Sai is still going to get that kill. Sammy is going to get one. Sharon will get rid of Sammy with the shock dart. Thanos has spotted the Cypher as well as the Jet. He will get hit with the trap wire, and that is why those trap wires are going to be strong. Sai getting that kill. Orange Leaf getting 2, but Harsh is still going to get that. Sharon has to deal with 2, and he runs out of bullets in his ghost. Unfortunate. Oh boy.
Like, that's really painful to watch there. Sharon, he had the round for a second in his bag right there, because what you saw, that he was one tapping with that ghost. If he had not lost all the bullets in that magazine, I believe if he hadn't gone for that reload, this round would have been in the hands of team NaCly, and I believe they would have started strong as well. But yes, it was a 1v1 in the end, which team XTZ really played it out, and Blackhawk, not cheeky, not expected there. Like, I'm a bit surprised they're actually doing that, and that shock that will be doing a pretty decent damage to all the players there. I'd say 20 to 30 damage there. Spotting one player, taking down one. Harsh, my god, these players are being very, very annoying there. Harsh without the reload, trying to push in, getting taken down by the Sova. Sharon, last player standing. Oh my god, what just happened? Both the players got taken down in the reload phases.
That's twice.
That's
twice that Sharon has lost his life because he did not have bullets in his gear.
I have to seriously think about one thing. Like, did these teams have a talk amongst themselves that let's do something? Let's both forget our guns. Let's just fire out in the open, get shot down in the reloads. Like, it's looking that way, because you saw there, Harsh was taken down in that reload, and so was Sharon. And Sharon, this is the second time he did that. Moving on to the third round in the map of Decent there. You see again that wallbang coming out from Blackhawk there. Blackhawk being very cheeky, but Sai with that operator trying to catch one player off guard. 2 players trying to peek off and through that smoke. That is so painful to watch, but Pixels will be trading him off. Sai getting taken on. 4 versus 4, the fight will be still remaining. Sami needs to be careful. The game has finally managed to, reach that catwalk there, trying to go inside Kabhi. There are 2 players waiting there, trying to take down, but no, Sami will be taking him down. Sharon will be trading down Sami. Only now we see Wimps will be waiting up there. This is going to be an A execute there, because there are 3 players currently in Kabhi trying to go down from that catwalk. They are just rushing in, trying to be very slow and precise. Sees one and he misses. Orange Leaf. He was being very, very precise, but he has very low HP, 16 HP remaining. There's only 2 players standing right now from the defenders, and that's going to be Blackhawk with that AD's 50 bullets in that mag, 60 in the bag, and very low HP on Sharon as well. Spike has been planted. 3 versus 2 attackers. They have the man advantage, but they are low on HP. They are very low on HP. Now Blackhawk, you can see they are both gonna have to try and breach the site at the same time, because all 3 players are having low HP. It's not that just 2 players. One of them is having 16 HP. Another may be having maybe 13 HP. And Harsh with that beautiful grenade there, taking down 1, 2. That's it. Defenders, they are ending it again. Blackhawk.
Boy.
This is the coordination, and this is
XTZ.
simply the coordination. XTZ, the
XTZ.
experience of I
Their
don't know how
experience
many.
is their experience is clearly being shown here because despite being in
The
a
coordination, the
2v3,
synergy. Yep.
yeah, it's not even about that. It's about much smaller things. For example, in a 2v3, they took time to reposition themselves. They talked with each other that, should we push in from heaven and from tree, or should we just both go in from door? And at the end, they came to a decision that they had to push in through the door. They did that, and they got the trades. They knew exactly where the paint shell had to go. They knew exactly where the Sova and the Rays would peak. They saw the paranoia coming in from under heaven, and the second that came in, Blackhawk was already ready for that. And before the Omen could react, he was already ready with his crosshairs and his gun trained at him. So, perfect way of playing that clutch. And honestly speaking, XTZ is clearly showing that the experience that they have picked up playing this game for such a long time is paying off right now.
Well, that is very true. And surprisingly, you see that this time Sai will be allowed to actually move up on B main, maybe trying to go up in that B lobby area as well. But okay, please don't tell me Omen is gonna just stab him in the back. He does. Like seriously, man.
Yep.
Sai, you didn't check that corner, bro. Come on, what are you doing? But nevertheless, we see now there will be only 2 attackers and 2 defenders remaining, and those sheriffs are coming into play, my friend. Like Kanav, you see how precise these crosshair placements are from both the teams there. The game remaining with our dear Cypher. These 2 players need to really play it out that they do not have guns yet. They need to pick up the guns that have been dropped out by the defenders now. The positions of both the players on the defending side have been revealed, and both the players, I believe, are rotating on back towards the B side, or what are they doing? They're just lurking around, and the game has been gifted an operator. So yeah, let's see if they can play it out. They have guns now.
Well, yes, it was Sai who dropped that, and as the peak is going to be coming in, it's going to be Game getting that kill. The Phantom is going to get picked up, the door is going to get closed, the Jet is going to use her Cloud
10
Burst,
seconds left.
and that is going to be a tough retake for Sammy to deal with. He has to deal with the Phantom and then an operator. Oh no, it's going to be both on the Phantoms. The Paranoia is going to be coming out, but it will only connect with the Cypher. He's going to peek that, but the Jet will peek him from the other side, and a thrifty round coming in for NaCly. And Sai picking up that operator that early, I don't know if that was the right play.
Bomb buddy out.
Well, it's not just the thrifty round. It is also the eco round. They managed to win the round in their eco status. Like, what are we talking about? The game has been given the operator. Now, he picked up the operator when one of the players were dropped in mid-area, but Sai has also bought an operator without any shields. Now, this is going to be very interesting to watch if he actually can connect even one player, because he has committed all of his economy to getting that operator. What do you think? Will Sai be able to do enough of it with that, operator buy?
I mean, he did land that crazy shot the last time he picked up that round, so I am not going to count him out. But at the same time, picking up an operator this early, it can be a gamble. Either you make sure that you're going to run that operator by not losing rounds for the next 4 rounds, or you deal a huge dent in your whole team's economy and not just yours.
Well, that is very true. And what we see right now is that all 5 players are still alive. There has been no initial frags coming out from anyone's end. The game has actually, decided to move in back into the spawn area. There are 3 players trying to breach that tree area now. All 3 players. There's going to be the Raze, this is going to be the Sova, this is going to be the Omen as well. Recon bolt. That's a beautiful recon bolt, but there's no one actually who's gonna get recon there. Now takes down 1 pixel with that crisp aim, takes down Sami. Sami who should have seen that coming, and they successfully managed to enter A side. Now that's gonna be a head dink coming out from Wimps there. Wimps needs to get 1 more bullet connected, because the head dink with the Spectre, it's 105 in the damage count. Well, Orange Leaf, he tries to get off with that flanks. He covers those areas with those tripwires, but Sharon, he's being very calm and cautious there. He's waiting outside in tree area. He needs to get one of the frags there, and we see the Omen Pixels has moved on to Heaven instead. There's going to be only 2 defenders waiting out there, and there's going to be Harsh who's going to take down 1, 2 versus 2. Now, I don't know how they do it, but Pixels positioning actually gets everything done, and the game with that Blade Storm closer 3-2, and Team NaCly, they are coming back strong in the attackers side. I believe they are going to be very, very pleased with their performance. What do you think, Dinkar?
Well, that Omen teleport certainly paid off. It is very rare that we see an Omen use his From the Shadows and be able to successfully teleport to the location and then get the flank off, because usually it's a very risky move. You usually end up getting spotted as you spawn in, and most of the times it can just be for the sake of for getting intel. But here, Pixels, he made it work, and yeah, that was a good thing.
Well, indeed, and now Sami, we can see he is on an eco right now. He has a classic in his hand and he's trying to hold up the tree all on his own. Matt Sai, man, the eco rounds really, these players really need to, understand that eco rounds are not supposed to be the rounds that you actually play out. And Sai, he goes up in front, uses that classic, one taps to the head with that burst fire, and it's it. Sami, he's being very cautious right now. He's waiting up there. Now we can see the race coming out from the attacker side, trying to breach that area. All three players are walking down. Pixels made the initial flag on side right now. He's spamming up with that, but he has a gun right now. The Iron Phantom has been into his hands. Sharon will be trying to reveal any of the players that are holding up into area right now. Cypher will be holding up there. Sharon, he needs to get one player, but no, AFC Thanos will be taking down Wimstra, and Sami will be taking down Sharon as well. There's going to be a 3v3 fight yet again. Every time the trades are coming beautifully, and there's going to be Sami taking down the flanks as well. So there's only going to be two players from the attacker side remaining.
left.
Harsh is still holding out on spawn. You see that he misses the shot. Harsh has to be very, very precise right now. Thanos breaks down the door, tries to creep up on that, both side. Oh, and that crisp aim. Pixels has been taken down, but Harsh will be traded down by Thanos. So there's only one player standing. That's going to be Thanos left all alive and all alone. The paint shell gets dropped out immediately, trying to connect something, and I believe a little bit of connection has been done onto the Sova as well. The Sova still has that recon board. Now this is a very, there's a very small amount of time that you need that recon board to be recharged and back into that quiver there. But yes, Sami coming back yet again with a 3k and that round. I don't know how Omens actually do it, but Omens, they have a pretty decent play style coming out from their angles, and what I believe, Omens, we all know that it's not a duelist, but the Omens, they have those skills, they have those brain games, and they do it over and over again. So coming up with the diffuse, Blackhawk, it was half diffused, they will be diffusing the spike. Another round to the defenders, thrifty in favors of the defenders. Team XTZ with the lead of 2 point scoreline at 4-2.
Well, it is just the fact that as an Omen, you are very, very flexible. You want to smoke for yourself, you can. You want to flash for yourself, you can. You want to get yourself out of sticky situation, you can teleport. Not to mention that your ultimate is going to allow you to go to any place in the map to create a distraction, to create a flank, to get yourself out of a situation. You can always rely on an Omen. So it does have a very high skill gap. Smoking with an Omen is not going to be easy, but at the same time, if you do master that technique, then it does it makes it a big thing about helping your team out in the long run. As Sai, he will miss a shot with the op, not sure whether he spotted a player or not. As Harsh, he will be playing this very aggressive as well. He is playing towards the R, so Sharon is going to drone out tree and catwalk just to make sure that that area is clear. They will spot Sami though. Will he get tagged with the firebolt? No, that is not going to be the case. As a counter smoke comes in, there is an op on the side of the other jet too. So the game as well as Sai are going to be having big responsibilities on their shoulders to get these kills.
Oh my god.
Oh, Sai missed twice. Sai missed twice. The top start comes in. Sami will get taken out. Sharon gets one. Sai finally connects. Blackhawk is going to connect. It's all down to the game, and he will get rid of Sai, but Blackhawk is going to fall. The op will get picked up. Yep, there you go. The op has been picked up.
Well, I believe there were two operators, and right now I see only one operator has been picked up. That's going to be with Sai, and it has been given to him as well. It's going to be, and it was picked up by a different player. What are we saying? That Sai was using an Elder Flame operator. He has been given a Reaver one right now. Doesn't make the difference. Equal damage and equal, rate of fire. Whatever be the skin. But right now, what we are seeing is a 3-point lead coming out for Team XTZ. Team XTZ, they have started off strong on the attacker side, but the defender side. But this map is going to be a very hard one to beat if we are talking about all that information. And we see that one player has been tagged up there. He can actually use the Hunter's Fury, but he does not. Blackhawk is being very, very cautious there. Tries to get all that information he can with that Owl drone. And I believe the Owls did a pretty decent job, taking up one of the players. But now, Harsh, it's just time game for him. The Omen, he's being very cautious now. You see, there's another smoke getting popped up immediately. Now, the Omen knows how to hold his grounds there. Harsh has to be very, very careful there. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Orange Leaf, he's trying to breach up on the... Oh my god, there's another eco round coming through. I didn't see this coming.
Oh.
They are actually going on another eco round, and if they win this eco round, I'm gonna go completely mad. What do you think, Kanav? Will they be able to win this eco round yet again?
Well, it looks like to be a mid push, but Sai, he has a thing of his own. He's going to get rid of Pixels from Catwalk, I believe, as he's holding on towards A side as well. Anyone coming in through that door will have a bad time, as Harsh is going to get rid of Sharon. Oh my god. Orange Leaf, how do you line up those one taps? I really want to know, as Sammy and Wimp and Sai are going to finish off the team of NaCly till then. But Orange Leaf, honestly, I think we have seen more one tap come in from him with the Sheriff than we have seen from a lot of players combined.
Well, it really hurts. Like, even if you are seeing a player, it definitely hurts when you are getting one tap by a Sheriff. But even when you are watching a player get killed by that one tap from a Sheriff, it really hurts. Like, it feels like you have been shot yourself. But now a 4-point lead coming up yet again for Team XTZ. So XTZ, they have caught the wind of how Team NaCly is performing, and if Team NaCly is performing well, Hurst will be coming up there, tries to get one player, he will be dropping down one, but gets traded off instead. It was not worth it, but the game will be trading down two players right now. The game pushes in with that Blaze Storm there, covering his approach onto the side. Manages into sight, clears off the site all on his own. The plant can be pulled off very, very easily. Now 3 defenders still remaining. Orange Leaf will be trying to rotate in from the other side. But yes, all the other 3 players remaining from the defenders are on the CT spawn, and if the CT spawn, it's going to be a really one-sided play that's going to come out too. But there's one player coming up in mid, that's going to be the Omen. Sami will be taking down Orange Leaf, but he has lost almost 50% of his HP. It's going to be 46 HP on him to do the job. The game, full HP, Blade Storm, and that Phantom in his hand. So I believe this is going to be a decent fight coming out, and that one tap to the head as well. The game, a decent job done there by him as well. Sai, he has to move in right now. His position has been revealed there, and this is going to be a Blade Storm versus Blade Storm. Sai will be taking down one, but ALC Thanos will be shutting him down. The operator has been picked up, and there's going to be another round in the hands of Team NaCly. 3-6, a 3-point lead still remaining in the hands of Team XTZ.
Well, the game getting those 2 kills right out of the bat were definitely things that were important, because they were what opened up B side completely for NaCly to go in and retake it. And by the time XTZ realized that, we would be able to rotate and hold map control, it was already too late. It was already time for the spike to get initiated, and that is exactly what NaCly did. So a good start from them, but at the same time, it is still 3 rounds before they can tell us whether this will be a 9-3, an 8-4, or a 7-5, or a 6-6. And as far as I know, XTZ, they'll be aiming for that 9-3.
That is true indeed, but right now you see Sai, he's going to be peeking off on high mid, and this area is one area you should not peek off when there is Sai holding it. Well, yes, smoke's going to come through, but Sharon, I think he had spotted a glimpse of him, and he just needed to spam that area. He did, but now the Hunter's Fury ability will be popped off by Blackhawk. Blackhawk taking up one player, maybe trying to take him down, but he does not. Sami will be taking down 2 players instead, Sharon and Orange Leaf. I believe that was a pretty decent Hunter's Fury coming up, revealing their positions. But the game, he has an operator in the hand, and the Pixels, he has that HP remaining on him as well. He needs to wait very patiently before he pushes off any angle, because he does not have any smoke clip. Now his position has been revealed there. Sami with a 4K. What are we seeing here? Last match we saw Hellranger with an ace there, and if Sami actually moves on with that ace, it's gonna be another Omen doing the job. You see how much of a bait is coming in from that jet there, and Wims will be coming up from behind, shutting down the jet and denying that ace on to Sami. Well, I would have been really mad on my teammates if they had taken my ace in this manner. But yes, it all counts when you have the rounds, and this is it. 7-3. A decent lead for Team XTZ, I'd say.
Well, yes, it's not going to be, a ranked game where your kill death ratio is really going to matter that much. This is going to be a comp game where, honestly, you may be sitting at 0 but doing your job for the team. Your team's winning the game, winning the rounds. It's not going to matter too much. And that is how comp is. At the end of the day, it does not matter whether you're going to be winning. Oh, so Harsh is going to get rid of the Raze. As the game comes in, gets rid of Harsh. He will make his way in. He'll pick up another one, and the game just the entry fragger, the fast boy that you need, as he's going to pick up a 3K. What is this man up to? He does not look like he wants to stop at all. He's going in for those wall bangs. He's going in for those fast pushes. And at the end of the day, it is now a 2v4 retake that XTZ has to pull off. And there you go. Orange Leaf Scam will get spotted out, but he will get knocked off with the Cloud Burst, as it looks like the Cypher will still get that kill, and Sai will get one with the Frenzy. This is down to a 2v2. This is so much more clutchable. The round is looking like it's going to be a 1v1 with Taran. The no-scope does not connect. It grazes the ear of the Omen, and there you go. NaCly is going to make it a 7-4. So an 8-4, the best thing that XTZ can do, and 7-5, the best thing that NaCly can do.
Well, I think it's a good thing that we are seeing one round in the hands of NaCly, because we know that this is going to be a really interesting match to watch when the half is over, because the defense on whichever map be it is a bit easier. The only reason being, you don't have to play against the clock. You need to just hold out your sights. You need to hold out your positions, and that's it. You need to let the attackers get in your positions and take them down immediately. But now you can see Pixels will be smoking off a catwalk immediately. He needed to smoke that area. Harsh is being very, very aggressive every round. I don't know how Harsh does it and why he does it, but he has that, urge to go up in front and try to catch off one player who's lurking around in the B lobby area. But now all the players are being very passive. Now XTZ, they want this round for the lead, but yes, team NaCly, they want this round to close down the lead. If they manage to close it down at a 7-5, I believe they have a far decent job to actually get this round into the bag. But yes, Sharon popping off that Hunter's Fury ability, trying to clear off A side all on his own. There's no one in Wine's area, to be very, very honest now. All the players are dashing in onto the A side there. Sai has that operator. He needs to defend it off all on his own. His position has been revealed there, and you can see he needs to get out of this area, and this is gonna be the all right. I was a bit confused whose ultimate this was, but this was definitely the race from the attacking side. Thanos shutting down one of the players slowly who was trying to creep in from the tree area. The door has been broken, although Thanos, he needs to hold it off all on his own, but he needs to get out there. 73 HP still remaining. The Cypher is going to be holding up on top of Heaven there. Heaven's player has been down. Sai has been taken down. Harsh has been taken down. It's all down to Blackhawk right now to pull off a 1v4 and then also that clutch. But no, as I said, Team NaCly, they needed this round to win the game, maybe in the later half of the game. But yes, they have done it. They have closed down the lead to just 2 points. And on the defender side, I am pretty confident NaCly is going to come back strong. And the scoreline, as predicted by one of the members who are watching the stream right now, it may be a 13-10 victory in favor of Team NaCly. What do you think, Kanav?
13-10 is still going to be a far thing away. I mean, 5 rounds would have to be taken by NaCly, and yes, they are going to be on defense, and Ascent is going to be a defender-sided map, but Ascent also revolves around who can take mid, and if NaCly can hold on to mid from all the push that is going to be made by XTZ, then yes, we will be seeing that. But at the same time, if it is going to be XTZ a lot more consistently, oh, Sai, what a shot that came in. He'll get another one, and suddenly the site is going to be clear. So both the Jets just proving to be very, very strong in the game. Will be using that super shorty to get that kill, reloading that 10 HP, looking to get that ghost. The spike has been planted, a 3v4 for NaCly to retake, and this is going to be a difficult one. The Jet is very low on HP. She is still holding on from CT as her teammates are going to be pushing in. It's going to be Blackhawk getting rid of that Jet. Now it's all down to the Omen and the Cypher. The Cypher has taken some damage. Harsh very close with the classic, possibly going in for that right click, as Pixels and Orange Leaf will have to be initiative in this play. Whip is going to get that one kill, and Sammy will finish things off as the pistol round is going to go in the hands of XTZ. 8-5 the score.
Well, attackers, they're doing strong. I think the attacks have been done properly there, and that counter dash coming out from our side, that was a decent thing to do. We got the round. That was a decent round in their hands as well. But now let's see what the next round has to offer, because I believe XTZ, they're going to go on with a buy. Yes, I can see already Harsh and Sami, they have bought their Spectres, but the other players are going to go off with heavy shields, probably maybe move on with the Ghost as well. Yes, there are 3 players actually playing that heavy shield and Ghost meta, and 2 players going off with Spectre. Well, it's going to be a force buy down for both the teams, maybe, but yes, the defenders, they haven't gone for a buy yet. We are waiting to see when they have that buy down, but Orange Leaf, he is holding. Okay, he has planted all his traps back in A, but he's holding off mid. This is a really interesting thing to watch. There are 2 players actually trying to pick off from that market area. Now the Jet might be caught off guard, and yes, he is caught off guard. He tries to dash in, will be taken down, but Sami will be trading off Orange Leaf immediately. Sami needs to go back in, and this is going to be a 4 versus 4 with the attacker side Omen slightly low, as I believe it's 50 HP, and that grenade by Pixels actually does the job. The grenade actually was in market, and he teleported in market, and that was it. The job was done there. Harsh with another pain shield trying to clear out that area slowly and slowly. Bad shotgun did really hurt him. There's 1 player in deep side. The game is waiting up inside. That his information has been given out. That burst fire was a great thing, but Harsh with that pretty good 4K, I'd say, did a decent job there. 9 and 5. The lead is increasing for Team XTZ, and if this goes on, I believe XTZ, they're gonna have a pretty good domination win. What do you think, Kanav?
One enemy
I
remaining.
mean, it just feels that XTZ is. I get it that it was, a full eco and a half buy round for XTZ and a full eco for NaCly, but this full buy, this will really tell us where NaCly is going to be standing with respect to XTZ, especially after the split, because again, we have seen consistently, once it was a full side push, and the second time it was a mid rush by Sai, and Harsh picked up 4 kills. So it could be that mid is not something that NaCly is able to hold on to, and they will have to figure out how they want to play other than that, because their deep side plays have not really worked out. They have been flushed out, or they have been taken down early. As the out drone comes in, the boom bot will be coming in as well. There's a player in market, but he will have to vacate that thanks to the pin shell coming in, as Thanos will get one onto Wimp. That's a big kill. Sai is going to get one onto the game. Again, a very, very big kill coming in for STZ, as NaCly will be falling, will have their main player falling down, and that is not the situation that you want to be in at this stage of the game.
Well, I don't think it's the main play, because Pixels has also done a pretty good job when it comes to getting those frags and also those rounds. But I see Pixels will be still waiting up in tree area. There's going to be a mid walk coming in, and the Raze is also low by 50 HP. So if the Raze is even connected, 1 bullet, he's going to get taken down. But that's a beautiful trade coming out there from both angles. I will be keeping Harsh has been taken down, and Sami will be doing the job. He has successfully moved into the
30
side. He can
seconds
plant the
left.
spike now. But where is the Soba? Okay, the Soba has also landed on side. So this is usually 2 players holding off the side. 33 HP on one. Another one having full HP with that full shield. I believe he can actually, Blackhawk can make that play happen. There's 1 player CT, 1 player still holding up in B main. Both these players will try to enter the site. The recon bolt can do a lot of the job coming out from team attackers, but the defenders, they need to be careful. Now the camera has been left out somewhere in A side, so the Cypher does not have that information that he needs to
One
move in.
enemy
But that
remaining.
recon bolt will be taking a lot of things. Sami will be taking out another one.
Player
Pixels, you see, he is the last player standing, 88 HP versus the 100 HP Orange Leaf. 1v1.
Well, as the
1 taps.
pick
That's it.
comes in-
Blackhawk.
Oh boy, that was so close. Blackhawk. Oh, if the Cypher had just paid a little more attention, he might have been able to prevent, this situation from happening. But nonetheless, a very, very good effort coming in from Orange Leaf. Just peeked the wrong side of both docks, and that is just timing. That is just unfortunate. It could have, that peak could have happened a second earlier, and we would have seen Blackhawk in that corner, and it would have been Orange Leaf winning that gunfight. But it will be a forced eco again at 10-5, as Harsh is looking to go in for that peak. The Sheriff is going to be right in front of him. The recon dart will get destroyed. No one's in market. 1 player in CT. He'll be making his way in. Sai is looking to take market control early. Pixel's very low on HP, but he is on catwalk. He might just be able to catch the players off guard, but no, misses his first shot as Sami connects onto Pixels, and now Sai is going to get rid of Thanos. And now a 3v5, make that a 5v2 in fact, as Sami is going to pick up Cheryl as well. The game will be picking up a uniform. Orange Leaf will be picking up an orb. As NaCly, this is tough. This is probably going to be an 11-5 at this point, and from there, it's going to get very, very difficult for them to come back.
Well, that's going to be very true. You said, I see that the game is still on an eco. You see, he has only a sheriff to play with, and I don't know where the other player is lurking. I believe he's somewhere near spawn there. The Cypher remaining from the defender side there, and if both, oh, one tap. No, please don't give him another one tap, please. He does not actually. Flips coming up from behind, closing down both the players. The game taken down, Orange Leaf taken down, and there's going to be 11-5 coming up for Team XTZ. Now, you remember, kind of last game, we also had the scoreline of 13-5. If this game it's repeated, I believe these teams, they have intention of let's just give away 5 rounds. Why are we gonna dominate? Let's win later on. So this might be some kind of a mentality. But we see that both the omens from the attacking and the defending teams, they are doing a pretty good job there. One of them is a top fragger. That's going to be Sami with 21 frags standing there, and another one is the second, top fragger coming up from the defender side. The Pixels with 11 frags. Well, the economy is going to be very hard on team defenders if they do not pull up this round. But Sai has got an operator. Okay, please, Sharon. Please don't do this to them. He's actually trying to get that revenge. Right. I think I haven't seen Odin plays. Like, I seriously haven't seen any Odin plays ever in any major tournament. But this time, Sharon is trying to do that, and he has done it pretty good. Damaging one of the players more than 50 to 60 HP. The game with that operator trying to connect one shot immediately, uses that tailwind, and we see Pixels with that shutdown on Sami as well. And Wimps is 11 HP. Attackers, hello. What are you thinking, brother? I don't know what you are thinking, because I think you are gonna get taken down. You see 11 HP, spike drop, planting, defending. I don't think it's gonna be possible at all. Kind of over to you.
Well, it will not be an easy one, but we saw Lightning Fast get awfully close to getting that 2 HP clutch. So an 11 HP clutch, again, it is a single bullet still, but is it possible? No. The Prime and will connect from Pixels as he will be getting the final kill. So 11-6. It is still possible for a comeback to come in from NaCly, but is it practical is going to be the real question that we have to ask, because it looks like it's going to be a difficult and a tough ask. The game has picked up the operator, but will he be able to do anything with it? And Sharon is still going to be on the Odin. So 2 expensive guns on the side of NaCly, and losing them is going to cost them a bomb, and that is not the position that you should be in, especially when you have so less rounds to fall back on, and your economy can get shaky really soon, as the showstopper is going to get used. Hurt will get one onto Orange Leaf. The Spain Shell has been dropped. Spike should get initiated any second now. Pixels will get one onto Wimp. Sammy will get that trade. The Stormblades come out. It's going to be all 3 players going in, but Sai is going to shut that Odin up and be like, you know what, wait for a minute, let me show you how the boss does it.
Yep, and to be very honest, Odin, no matter what you do, you can spray, you can spam through it with it intensely on any angle, but you will not be able to do that one tap which you can do with a Vandal at infinite range, and also with a Phantom at close range. Like, that is something to really watch. That ALC Thanos, you see both of them, ALC Thanos and it's Thanos, not Thanos, definitely. The Raze and the Jet, both of them are actually going for a save round. They know that this round is already done for. They know that there's going to be no chance that they're going to actually pull up this round, and we see that the entire team, the 2 remaining players from Team NaCly, they are going to be saving this round. Well, to be very honest, you see that this was an important round for Team XTZ indeed, because this was 12, the match point, the pre-match point round for them, and Hirsch using that ultimate ability in A side, that was a pretty good thing to do, shutting down that Cypher. But now, match point for Team XTZ. The attackers, they have been very dominating when it comes to the attacking side. 6 points only for Team NaCly, and I believe if this round, it might just get into the hands of our dear defenders, but it's going to be very close. Well, the game has the operator also in his hand. He does not have a shield, surprisingly. I believe he actually bought a weapon for maybe one of his teammates, but this round it's going to be match point for Team XTZ. What do you think, Kanav? XTZ, or it's going to be some other team? Team NaCly actually winning it. I think it's XTZ, because you see that aggression. Oh my god!
True. And there you go. Thanos is just going to go.
Oh my god!
In. He will pick up 4 kills. The paint shell comes out. Sky will get 1, but the game is going to pick up the last kill, and a lot of aces tonight.
He did that. He really did that.
Yep.
Like I mean. Oh my god. It's really very difficult to watch right now. Thanos back to back, like especially Harsh messing up that entire Vandal spray. Like Harsh, seriously, what were you doing, man? Were you spraying infinitely in that smoke, or were you doing something else? And especially coming up again, Wimps also messing it up. Thanos had a 4K in that round. 2 with that showstopper and 2 with his great Reaver Vandal. Well, now moving into the 20th round of this match in Ascent right now. 5 points lead still remaining with XTZ. It's not impossible. It has been done before, just not by these two teams. Now we see XTZ Sami. He's trying to, just catch one of the players. Okay. I thought he's going to be taken down by that boom ball, but no, he denies that. Immediately sprays in that direction. The paint shell is going to come through. He needs to be teleporting on the other direction. Tries to catch off one player, but Thanos, he's very crisp. Takes down another one. This sound is being very, very dominating. But now Hurst takes down one. Pixels takes down Blackhawk as well. Only 2 attackers remaining. One of them is in P lobby. The other is remaining somewhere else. Where is the Jet? Well, I believe the Spike and the Jet are both lurking around in mid link, trying to go up for that peak. Well, you see Sai, he's going to be very, very cautious right now. He needs to catch off at least one frag. Their economy is going to be very hard, and the spam comes through. Pixels with another round. Is this going to be a comeback? What do you think?
This is very close. 4 rounds for overtime and 1 round for a 2-0. NaCly, they have really picked up the pace, especially Thanos. So I don't know if this is going to be a comeback. I'm still not going to put my money anywhere. But as far as I can see, NaCly for the past 3-4 rounds has been looking a lot stronger than what XTZ has. And the fact that they will be going into an eco round makes me feel that we might just be seeing XTZ having to extend this a round or 2. And if that does not happen, then it's going to be unfortunate, because with all of this utility, you should not be losing rounds like this. And as the peak is going to be coming in, the game is going to get one. Orange Leaf will get one. The game gets another, and the Orange Leaf picks up another. And a 3K for the Cypher as the round
Oh my god.
finished off easily.
Well, 3 more points. And NaCly, they just might, push the match into overtime. And if they do, I think NaCly, they're going to win this match as well. Well, we see right now that Team XTZ, they are struggling somehow to get that 1 point, that 1 round that they need to actually win this match. This is going to be a try-hard round coming out for both the teams right now. The economy on Team Defenders, it's completely fulfilling out there. But XTZ, I believe their attacking patterns have been read out by our dear defenders, and they are doing a pretty decent job. But XTZ, we see right now Sai will be trying to peek off with that Prime Vandal on top of the catwalk there, but no one spotted the grenade. Immediately comes in through the paint shell, but no, Scummy this time making no mistake, taking down ALC Thanos immediately. Now ALC Thanos was being a little bit troublesome there. Now Wimps, he's catching off all of A side, all on his own. Pixels, beautiful frag. XTZ Sai shut down immediately. 4 versus 4, 12 to 9. 3 points lead still remaining in the hands of XTZ. The game, he's waiting up in Haven. You see, this is going to be a very, very difficult position to breach right now. If Haven is just, waiting up there with that operator, because one tap to the body, you are shut down, and you are shut down. Wimps did not expect it, and he was closed down. The game, he is being still holding up in that same area there. The game has been reconned. There is no ultimate ability except the Cypher on the defending side. So there's going to be no Hunter's Fury though. But now the game will be shutting down Blackhawk as well. And you see another round going in the hands of NaCly. Seriously? Like, Kanav, are you seeing this? I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect like so many rounds coming up back to back. This was a 12-6. They brought it up to 12-10 now.
Yep.
What are we seeing?
I think that okay,
And
I
an
think
eco
that the
round now.
comeback can happen. Yeah, I think that the comeback can happen now, but again, I don't know. It was a good start from XTZ. It's just that they lost focus in the middle. Possibly that catwalk frag that really changed things, but irrespective of that, this is probably not going to be the round where things get ended, as Sai will pick one onto Thanos. Despite having just a sheriff, he will take a lot of damage from that shock dart, as it looks like Sova will be pushing in as well.
Ouch.
Will he survive? No, he will not. Sharon will get that pick. Sammy will get one. He has picked up a Phantom. Neural Theft has come in. It looks like this is going to be the A side rotate that comes in. Wimp has spotted exactly where the cam has to go up. He will be using a Cypher cage. He will be putting his cam down. The Blackhawk is going to getting the plant down. Sammy will get rid of
my
Orange
God.
Leaf. And that is looking like a
One
4v2
enemy remaining.
right there. It's going to be a 1v4. NaCly, after so much effort, it's all down to Sharon. He will get spotted. They know where his position is. The boombox will come in. It will take a lot of damage. The paint shell is going to get followed up. Sammy will come in. He'll get taken out. 14 HP. It's all down to this Sova. He does have the time. Does he have the opportunity to get this plant successfully defended? Going to be the real question. It looks like no. The second he peeks this, he is going to be in the line of sight of 3 players. He spots one
Oh my
head, but
God.
it does not
Attackers
matter
win.
because Hush is going to be getting that kill, and that is exactly what. Oh my God. Well, at least Priyansh Pathak's prediction is true. It was initially XTZ, and then it was a comeback, and 13-10. It was a perfect prediction coming in from you, Priyansh. That's pretty good. That's good. That's good job.
Well, I don't remember who it was, whether it was Priyansh or someone else who
It
actually
was
said
Priyansh.
that team. Yeah, I see that it was Priyansh in favor of Team XTC, but there was someone who also said that NaCly will come back and
It was
they will come
Priyansh.
back.
It was Priyansh who said
It was
that.
Priyansh. So seriously, Priyansh, you switch
Yeah.
sides so easily? Are you kidding me right now? But nevertheless, both the teams really had a tough time, working out through this match there, because both the teams, they had a try-hard performance. But now 13-10. This team really tried hard. NaCly, they might not have won the match, but they did win the hearts of a lot of audience that we are witnessing right now. Guys, we are at a 200 and 200 plus concurrent watching right now. We are at 437 likes. So if you haven't yet liked the stream, do leave a like. Let's make the like goal at 500 before we end the stream this evening. Till then, I'd like to say, what a match this was. What a duel of these two teams it was. Like, it was
I
completely
agree.
madness, over and over again. Every team, that these insane one taps, they actually give me pain in my own head. Like, seriously, is someone tapping my own head like that? And you see, every time someone pops off the ultimate, there will be one player to shut him down, whoever be it, and this is it. There were insane plays by Sami. There were insane plays by the game. There were insane plays by Sai as well. And ALC Thanos, this guy, once upon a time, who wasn't even fragging, he did a pretty good job when the scoreline was at 12-6, bringing it up to 12-10. And that was it. Total gameplay of the both teams, counted together. That was a good job. Well, anything else to add? Because I think we have summarized the match in a pretty detailed manner, I guess.
I mean, I'd just say that. I'd just say that it was such a great game coming in from NaCly. They showed us what
One
new teams
enemy
coming into
remaining.
the scene in Valorant can do. It just shows us that all of these tournaments that we hold in such high regard, all these tournaments that we have are basically just bringing in new talent. And what new talent is going to be doing to the scene is that despite NaCly being basically a team of players that I personally, despite having casted so many tournaments, has not seen, they were still able to give XTZ a run for their money. If not on Haven, at least for the map on
enemy
Ascent.
remaining.
And it just shows that new talent coming in is going to force these teams at the top to play better and better. And that is exactly what happened today. It was such a close game on Ascent. It just did not go the way that NaCly would have predicted.
Well, I think, to be honest, Team NaCly, they did a very, very good job. Like, to be very honest, I didn't expect it out of such an underdog team actually playing it out, and they did a damn decent job, I'd say. And especially those insane plays coming out, that was completely off the charts there. But yes, the best part of this evening was that after being downed and out at 10-5, they brought the match. I think it was 12-6 if I'm not mistaken. They brought it at 12-10 in that match point round, which was in the favor of Team XTC. So that's hats off to these guys. They did play really well, but XTC, through their sheer coordination and that experience that they have gained playing all those multiple tournaments, they have done a very, very good job. Well, yes, and this match was in their hands as well. And this was the last round that we saw there, Sai going out with that double, triple frags there and winning those match. And you see that again, how Sai just glided up into the air, used that tailwind, breaching on B side there slowly and slowly. And this was the moment that actually I was confused that what was Hirsch doing. And you see there 4K coming up from the ALC Thanos. Great job done there.
One enemy remaining.
Well, that is true. That was certainly a very exciting game. We saw a lot of, amazing plays that came in from these players. We saw some amazing shots. We saw Thanos get a double with the showstopper, and that is definitely going to be a good day for you. But at the end of the day, it's still a better day for everyone who is in relation with Team XTZ. He just had they just had the experience to drive it back home. They just had the experience to be like, despite the unpredictable play style that NaCly brought to the table, um, it was just XTZ's, and I'm guessing it was a big deal to do with IGLing on the side of XTZ as well, because it looked like in Haven, at least it looked like it was going to be a whitewash from NaCly, but turns out XTZ slowly and steadily were able to figure out what NaCly does, what they like to push, how they like to hold, how they like to peak. And at the end of the day, it was them who were able to overcome this juggernaut that NaCly is with experience. Sometimes you do not need a gun to shoot, sometimes you just need a brain to think with. And today it was XTZ who used all of their brains with those big brain plays to get that win.
Well, yes, and now we have the scores in front of our screens right now. 13-10 victory in Ascent for Team XTZ Esports versus Team NaCly, also known as Team Salty. And moving on, XTZ Sami with the MVP of the match, 26 frags in his favor, being that controller. That's a pretty good job. First Bloods 3, 1 plants, 0 defuses. Moving on, ALC Thanos, also a very decent job. Team MVP for Team NaCly, definitely 17 kills for them. XTZ Sai, he's going to have 20 frags and still be a little bit below Thanos just because of that average combat score. Pixels with 19 frags. Hirsch will be having 19 frags as well. The game having 19 frags as well. Sharon, 12 frags for himself. Orange Leaf with 10. Wimps and Blackhawk will be having 9 and 9 frags each. You can see how distributed the kills of XTZ is. Like, one of the players is on 26, the other player is sitting down at 9 and 9. Two players are sitting down at 9 frags, and still they managed to win this round. There were dominating performances from Sami, Sai, and Hirsch, but although being Initiator and Sentinel, Wims and Blackhawk, they did a pretty decent job, especially Blackhawk on the defending side, like wall banging the people completely madly through that, B wall at the B main area. But still, in the end, it all was down to the last round that we saw, 13 and 10. That was it. XTZ Esports with the victory, and they have a clean and clear way into the semifinals, which is going to be tomorrow. Yep, it's going to be tomorrow. Well, talking about everything right now, qualifiers 2, the registrations are still on, ladies and gentlemen. If you do want to play this tournament, that is the ESPL India presents, ESPL India presents Valorant PowerUp qualifiers 2. You can straight away head on to espl.gg/India, press enter, and you will be getting everything on your computer screen, on your mobile screen, wherever you want to visit. And you can also participate along with your team. Make sure it's going to be a 5-man roster minimum, so be sure you have 5 people to in your team, including yourself, to play the tournament. Well, the registrations are going to close on 12th of January, so be fast, be quick, because we have only 256 limited slots there. And if you still haven't registered, please do it as soon as possible. So kind of great day, I guess. Interesting matches, interesting score lines, and very insane plays, I might add as well.
Well, amazing plays, amazing score lines, amazing games, and an amazing time, in fact, as actually we have a small surprise for our viewers tomorrow, because
Oh,
tomorrow
yeah.
the games are going to be starting at 12 in the noon. So it's going to be 12 p.m. where we will be starting off with the games, and the action will continue late into the night, because tomorrow we do not have one best of three, we do not have two best of threes, we have three best of threes, because we'll be having the semis, semi 1, semi 2, and then the finals for the qualifiers 1. And that is, it's going to be a great day tomorrow. It's going to be a long day. It'll be a long day for us. It'll be a long day for the players. It'll be a long day for the viewers. But at the end of the day, there will still be a lot of Valorant action. And that is what we love to see, right?
Well, that is very true indeed. And as you said, kind of tomorrow, 12 noon, it's Sunday, right? Everybody gets up late. We all know that. Even we, as casters, also, we have the, lurk of sleeping late, waking up late as well. But still, tomorrow, we are going to be here on the desk now. Cracky is going to join up instead of me in the first BO3 stages, as informed by my dear colleague Kanav over here. And we are going to have interesting matches. We are not going to reveal whose match it is, because yes, we already know whose match it is, right? Because we have 4 teams that have actually qualified into the semifinals. But still, whose match is it going to be against whom. That's going to be told to you tomorrow. If you do want to know whose match is going to be, you can just head over to Instagram page of ESPL India or ESPL and you can check it out there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you still haven't liked the stream, then do leave likes. We are at 455 likes and only 9 dislikes. I think it counts. It's a pretty decent ratio, and we had a conquering watching of 300 plus. Thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning into the stream. And I guess we are done for the day. Kanav, what do you say?
It is definitely time for us to say goodbye to you. As it was a great day. It was XTZ winning against NaCly, and it was, a lot of fun casting these games. But till then, this is going to be me, Dr. Dang, and Captain Price signing off, as we will be joining you guys tomorrow in the 3 games that we have lined up: the semi 1, the semi 2, and then the finals for the qualifier 1. So till then, take care, stay safe, and see you all.
Yeah, right. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I'm blessed.
Rise up, though. Rise up, though. All my people, where you at? Rise up, though.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Run with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now. Yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning. Are all against me, I'm ready to go. Burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
Rise up, though. Rise up, though. All my people, where you at? Rise up, though.
Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Run with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah. Cause we warriors. Yeah. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah. This
There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional deeds. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace. Bless.
Rise up, though. Rise up, though. All my people, where you at? Rise up, though.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, roll with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on.
Yeah, cause we warriors.
Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on.
In these days, we push forth, we stand strong, we stand tall, all together now. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. With each day, we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now. Yeah, cause we warriors. Cause we warriors.
Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah,